stand over, join me saying, what a great nation.
More music at Divine Flavor.
Yeah. If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to hell? I've seen it all and done it all. Growing up as a child. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours.
DivineFlavor.com.
As a people with one heart for one cause, we're determined to rebuild and restore.
Good morning, everyone, everywhere. Good morning, good morning, good morning. If you're on the call, if you're here, just drop a comment and say good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Oluwatomi Singh. Good morning. Let's have some more. Good morning. Let's have some more. Good morning. This is meant to be a young people's event, so I expect some vibrancy. Yeah, good morning. That's our judge there. Good morning, Andy. Happy to have you on the call. Please confirm you can hear me, or am I speaking to myself? Good morning, everyone. All right. This is just to confirm that we have everyone on the call. I know I have Andy on the call. I have Tomisi on the call. Um, all right, Tomisi, you can hear me. Thank you, and thank you. IT support, please confirm I can proceed from here. Good morning, John. Good morning. All right, it seems like I can proceed. So let me welcome us. Good morning once again, and welcome to the Youth Leadership Debate Maiden Edition. And I'm super happy. My name is Bernard, and I will be your moderator for today, leading up to the end of the day. Today, my job is simple. My job is to ensure that this debate is one of the best you have ever attended and the best you would always remember. And I'm not doing this alone. I have a team of judges also on the call who will be joining me to provide judgment to your debate today. And so, a quick introduction into today's debate. Like I said, my name is Bernard, and I work with Leap Africa. On the call, we also do have a team of judges. Let me introduce Andy. Andy is a host of the weekend show on AIT, and she will be serving as the chair judge on today's debate. We also do have Chinazam Okore. We have Shona Olalere, who is a policy analyst, and Shona would be our time official for today. Today we have two universities who will be competing head to head, and we're really looking forward to the interesting conversations and interesting points they will be raising during these debate sessions. Before we go on, I'd like to give us a brief overview of what the youth leadership debate is all about. The youth leadership debate is a platform to provide holistic support and strategically harness the voices of young people towards national development. And this is in view of the Nigeria's 2023 general elections. Young people, we believe, can begin to advocate from the point of knowledge and collectively shape the vision of Nigeria through dialogues. And today, the program goes through a list of six components. The debate competition, like we have it here. Also, there will be coaching and mentoring of the debaters, and they will also be drafted into virtual communities and have the opportunity to also attend the Youth Leadership Conference and then have access to the Leadership Accelerator course and then be involved also in the Leadership Podcast series. So, a brief about who we are as an organization before we start. Leap Africa is a youth focused, youth led development organization established in 2002. And in 2002, we recognized that raising leaders is crucial to nation building and wealth creation. Therefore, over the years, Leap Africa has inspired and equipped youth and social entrepreneurs to lead ethical, ethically while implementing initiatives that transform their communities and organizations. Our vision is to be recognized as the premier resource center for developing dynamic, innovative, and principled leaders who will drive Africa's realization to its full potential. And our mission is to inspire, empower, and equip a new cadre of African leaders to provide by providing the skills, tools, and resources for personal, organization, and community transformation. And our values are respect, integrity, synergy, and excellence. And that is what we go by on a daily basis. I'd like to also give us a brief overview of the.
All right. Hello, everyone. We may have lost our moderator for a minute. We're just going to talk about what NYFF is about and the reason we're all here, as we know. The NYFF is the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, and this fund has been is being managed by Leap Africa in collaboration with the MacArthur Foundation and the Ford Foundation. And the purpose of this fund is to strengthen and help, youth-led and youth-focused projects, social impact projects, and programs. So this debate is also a part of the NYFF called the Youth Leadership Program, because we want to harness the voices of youth. We want to harness the activities of youth to focus on change. So we're coming from all directions. We want to harness their voices. Okay, our moderator is back. Mr. Moderator, please have the floor. We apologize. You can go ahead now. I was just talking about what NYFF is about. So it's nice to hear from you.
Thank you so much for holding the fort, IJ. I'm sure IJ has mentioned a few things, and I do apologize for that network glitch. The Nigerian Youth Futures Fund is a partnership LIP Africa has with MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation to establish, to provide capacity building and ecosystem building, and also financial support to youth-led movements in Nigeria in order to basically sustain their work locally and facilitate opportunities for learning. And the youth leadership debate is a tranche of that advocacy effort. Having said that, seems like I'm frozen. I'm not sure. Please confirm you can hear me. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, Mr.
Well
Moderator.
done. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. Thank you. I'm happy you can hear me. Without further ado, I'd like to go over some ground rules for the debate before I introduce our debaters. Teams have been randomly paired actually to contend against each other. They've also been randomly assigned debate topics, and they have prepared for 24 hours to their round. Using codes and spins, team have picked their side, and from time to time will continue to do that before they come on to debate, pick their sides of the debate 10 minutes before their round commences. The first proposition speaker will have 5 minutes to introduce their motion, define key terms, set burdens, establish mechanisms, or even models if needed, and then offer substantive argument. While the first opposing side will also have equally 5 minutes to deal with the opposed framework, the proposed framework by the opposing side, and also clash with the opposing argument, the opposition argument, and offer their own substantive argument. And then the second proposing side will have 3 minutes to clash and offer substantive new argument to defend the first speaker's point. And that was the first proposing speaker. And then the second proposing side will then have again 3 minutes to also clash and offer substantive argument to defend the first speaker's point as well. And both teams will have 1 minute aside to crystallize their round and then have their closing statement. Please note that upon receiving the signal that your time has elapsed, you only have about 5 to 10 seconds to end your sentence, as any other point outside of the time would not be counted in your team's favor and may attract a deduction in your scores. I'd like to go over that again, the rules. Now, the first proposing side has 5 minutes to introduce their motion, define key terms, set burdens, establish mechanisms if needed, and models, and then offer substantive argument. The first opposing side also have 5 minutes to deal with the proposed framework by the opposing side, and then clash with the opposition argument and offer their own substantive argument. And then the first proposing side have 3 minutes to clash and offer substantive new argument, defend the first speaker's point, while the second opposing side have also 3 minutes to do the same thing. And then the team then have 1 minute apiece to crystallize their round. Upon receiving signal that the time has elapsed, all teams have 5 seconds apiece to end their statement, as any other point outside this time will not be counted in your team's favor and might also attract some deductions. Quick overview of some penalties. Teams will be penalized for failing to adhere the ground rules of engagement during the competition. Each offense below will attract a penalty of 1 point. 1, inappropriate conduct. 2, objectionable language. 3, severe personal attack on another debater. 4, falsified evidence. 5, irrelevancy. 6, unfair tactics. And 7, unfamiliar with the rules. So you may be penalized if you're not familiar with the rules. So moving forward, I'd like to invite the first set of debaters, the first opposing side from the Ekiti State University. I'll introduce them and then I'll invite them. Today we'll be hearing from teams from Ekiti State University and Kaduna State University. And I'm glad to say we have Oluwatomisin Ajayi from Ekiti State University and also Adeola Ifeoluwa from Ekiti State University as well. And they are the proposition team. From Kaduna State University, we have John Adinoye Victor. Also, we have Oyibo David Uneko, and they are the opposing side. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. Please, let's make welcome the first proposing side to come on the podium and have their time. That would be Oluwatomisin, I believe. If that's you or any representative between both of you can come on and have the stage. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
To UNICEF, Nigeria has 22 million child rights. Despite signing the Child Rights Act in 2003, we are 2 decades gone, and still we have not recorded any sign of progress. Hello everyone, I am Oluwatomi Ajayi, a student at Ekiti State University, and I am incredibly proud to propose the motion that states that the Nigeria's constitution has incredibly failed to give clarity to the age of consent and age of marriage for young girls. Under the context of VVS, vesico-vaginal fistula, and other dangers associated with teenage marriage. Before I go further, it is very imperative that I briefly describe the key concepts of my motion. What is VVS? Vesico-vaginal fistula is an abnormal opening of the vagina and the bladder, leading to unemitting urinary incontinence. And it also leads sometimes to paralysis of the legs, and it is caused by prolonged labor. What is teenage marriage? Teenage marriage is a matrimonial union between a teenager.
Hello, Tomisin. I apologize. We can barely hear you. Can you raise your volume a bit, or pay attention to your speaker, please, or
Can you
your
hear me now?
microphone? Thank you. Please
Can you
speak
hear
a
me
bit
now?
louder. Please speak a bit louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better, please.
Can you hear me now?
It's much better. Please go
Tommy
ahead.
say apologies for disrupting your flow. I think your headphone might not be working as expected. Maybe you would revert to using the audio directly.
Can you hear me now?
Excellent. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Please, can I start all over?
I think you
I
can.
think you can. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. According to UNICEF, Nigeria has 22 million child rights. Despite the signing of the Child Rights Act in 2003, we are 2 decades gone and we have not recorded any significant progress, especially in the northern part of the country. Hello everyone, I am Oluwatomi Ajayi, a student at Ekiti State University, and I am incredibly proud to propose the motion that states Nigerian Constitution has incredibly failed to give clarity on age of consent and age of marriage or for young girls under the context of VVF, vesico-vaginal fistula, and other dangerous effects of teenage marriage. Before I go further, it is imperative that I briefly describe the key concepts of my motion. First, VVF. Vesico-vaginal fistula is an abnormal opening of the bladder and the vagina caused by early pregnancy. It sometimes results into paralysis of the leg and is caused by prolonged labor. What is teenage marriage? Teenage marriage is a matrimonial union between a teenager and an overage man and a legally old man or two teenagers. So teenage marriage can be between a grown-up man and a teenager or two teenagers, ranging from the age 13 to 19. Age of consent in this context is the legal age to have sexual intercourse, while age of marriage is the legal age that someone can get married. Under the premise of child marriage, age of consent, and age of marriage, let us briefly evaluate the Nigerian Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution has woefully failed to give clarity on the basis of age of marriage, citing the stances that the Nigerian Constitution supports that we can believe in religious laws and follow them. Some religious laws contrast to age of to child marriage. They suggest child marriage, and if we are saying that we should obey religious laws, and we're also saying that child marriage is wrong, how can we say the Nigerian constitution has not failed when it has not clearly stated that religious laws should not be followed in cases where they contrast to the constitution? The Child Rights Act is an international and regional legal framework, and it was enacted into law in 2003. 2 decades later, we still have 7 concurrent prevalent cases of child abuse. 2 decades later, we still have incessant cases of gender-based violence, especially child marriage and sexual abuse in the northern, especially in the northern parts of Nigeria. 11 out of 30 states of Nigeria are still not domesticated the act in their states. Nigeria Constitution has not mandated the state to do so, as they stand under the premise of the Sharia law, and that this act abnegates to their socio-cultural act and their traditional beliefs. If the Nigeria Constitution has not failed in giving clarity, why do we have 78% girls in the northern part of Nigeria who are child brides or who were married as child brides? Why do we have incessant cases of child abuse and vaginal fistula in the northern part of Nigeria and even in Nigeria at large? Why is Nigeria still leading in the scene of child marriage in the world? Niger Republic, who leads in the scene of child marriage with 4.1 million child brides, is still lower in the count of child brides, and Nigeria leads with 22 million child brides, according to UNICEF. A country that is meant to protect and guide the girl child endangers her as it fails to give clarity on the basis of age of consent and age of marriage. If we say that the constitution has not failed, why do we still have 11 states out of 36 states of the federation that have not signed this law? Why has the Nigerian constitution not mandated it? Why has law enforcement agencies not decided to checkmate the rate of child marriage in Nigeria? It is incredibly sad that in Nigeria today, an average northern girl is scared of being sold off or being married off as an underage bride, and is also scared of not being given the right to good education. If truly Nigeria Constitution has not failed to give proper premise and proper clarity and conciseness to age of consent and age of clarity, then the prevalent rate of child marriage will not be high in Nigeria. I am incredibly proud to propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oluwatomi, and thank you for keeping to time. That was an eloquent one. I wish we could do a round of applause. Let me do that from my end, a round of applause, and I'm going to be doing this for all the speakers. Thank you so much, and that is your time. May I then invite the first speaker from the opposing side? The first speaker from the opposing side to please take the podium and please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. And remember, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. The topic here is vaginal fistula and other dangers associated with a teenage marriage. And the bone of contention here is the Nigerian Constitution fails to provide clarity on the age of consent and of marriage for young girls. And I am John Victor, here to oppose this motion. First of all, what is Constitution? Constitution is a basic principle of law, of a nation, of a state, or several groups that determines the power and duty of the government and also guarantees certain rights of the people in it. I emphasize the word basics. The law of a nation is built on that Constitution. Now, when we are saying that the Constitution doesn't fail to clarify the age of consent and the age of marriage for young girls, we need to, first of all, understand the Constitution. That is what I see in the argument that the Constitution is not clear. What I see is that people don't really understand the Constitution, so they arrive at a hasty conclusion. First of all, I want to say that in the principle of application of law in Nigeria, there is a term we call hierarchy. And that hierarchy shows that the Nigerian Constitution comes first, followed by the legislations, which include this Child Rights Act we're talking about today, the judicial precedents, customary law, Islamic law, and received English law. Now, the Section 31 of the Child Rights Act basically criminalizes sex with a child under 18 years. And with a child. And this was further clarified by Section 277 of the Child Rights Act, which explains that a child is anyone less than 18 years. Now, After this law was passed, 11 states in the country are yet to adopt this law. Now, what is the problem? According to Section 100 of the Constitution, it is clearly stated that each state House of Assembly have the right to apply the law as they see fit. So the Constitution is clear on this. Yes, the Constitution, by virtue of the Child Rights Act, has established that the age of consent is 18 years. But then it also gave right to states to establish the law according to their own religious or ethnic background. Now, you need to understand that Nigeria is a multicultural, multi-religious nation. And right from start, we've been like this. We've had Sharia law for long enough. We've had the penal code applied to the north and the criminal law applied to the south. Now, the penal code, we have some features that draws inspiration from the Sharia law, and the penal code features what goes on in the south. That doesn't mean that the Constitution is not clear. I want us to know that the bone of contention right here is that the Constitution is either clear or not clear, and I am saying that the Constitution is clear. My second point is the extent of international law. When people come against the Constitution for assuming that the Constitution advocates for girl child marriage, they cite international laws. But I want you to understand that international laws like the African Charter of Rights and Welfare of a Child, which actually agrees with the age of the 18 years age cited by the Child Rights Act, also those and many other laws which may or may not agree with what we have in Nigeria are not. I mean, we are not liable to them. Nigeria is an independent country, and our constitution is supreme, and our constitution has already made the provision. And this is from Interpretation of Law Act Section 32, subsection 2, that these laws, international laws, only apply to the extent of the local jurisdiction and circumstance. And the same also applies to how laws apply to the 11 states of the country that are yet to adopt this Child Rights Act. Now, marriage acts in Nigeria. Marriage Act, marriage causal right, and marriage validation right constitute the marriage acts in Nigeria. Now, another point people used to point out that the Nigerian constitution is not clear is Section 18 of the Marriage Act, that states that that they say will mean that the marriage age for Nigeria is 21. But what that place is actually talking about was that if a person is under age 21 and the person needs to get married, the person needs to have the father present to sign a consent. So this constitution is clear here. Remember, the bone of contention here is whether the constitution is clear or not. Is the constitution clear about the age about the Child Rights Act's age of 18 years? Yes. The constitution also permits states to exercise law as they see fit, considering their religious and ethnic leaning. Yes. My fourth point is opportunity for redress. Now, I want to point out that from the Nigerian Constitution, Section 29, subsection 4b, which my opponents may cite to mean that anybody below more than the age of married is already an adult, that means those people can seek recourse. If a girl is forced to marry, immediately she becomes an adult and she can fight for recourse. I believe with this point of mind, I've been able to prove to you that the Constitution is clear concerning child marriage in Nigeria and the age of consent for sex. Thank you very much.
Clear. May I then invite the second proposing team or speaker from Ekiti State University. But before you do that, let me reiterate the rules here. Remember, the second proposing participant and from the proposing side and the opposing side do have 3 minutes each to clash and offer substantive argument, then defend your speaker's point. 3 minutes is what you have, and stick to that time. May I then invite the second speaker from the proposing side, Emmanuel Salako. Emmanuel, you have the stage. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you please hear me? Teenage marriage or child marriage is human rights violation and a form of gender-based violence that robs children of their ability and right to make decisions about their lives and disrupt their education, which subject them to become more violence and discrimination. In Nigeria, and according to Section 21 of the Child's Right, passed in 2003 by former President Olusegun Obasanjo, a legal marriage is 18 years. Yet, 11 states out of the 36 federal states in Nigeria are yet to domesticate this act, which means they do not allow the prevention of children against sexual violence, molestation, early marriage, human trafficking, and other social vices that put children at the center of risk. My name is Salako Emmanuel, a student at Ekiti State University, representing the second speaker to propose the motion that says the failure of the Nigeria Constitution to clearly provide a law, an act to clearly provide clarity on the age of consent and age of marriage for young girls has contributed to the VVF in Nigeria. Here are my points. According to a news article published by Vanguard newspaper on the 27th of July 2021, 250,000 women are currently suffering from VVF, while we have 12,000 new cases developed every year, with large numbers coming from the northern Nigeria due to prevalence of early marriage. It is therefore important to say that all these 11 states that have refused to domesticate the child's rights are northern parts of the country. And to mention them, we have include Kano, Kebbi, Katsina, Jigawa, Adamawa, Yobe, Gombe, Bauchi, Sokoto, Borno, and Zamfara states that have refused to adopt these child's rights in Nigeria. However, an estimated 44% of girls in Nigeria are named before their 88th birthday, which made the country to be at the 11th position of highest risk of child marriage in Nigeria. And according to UNICEF in 2003, according to the report released by UNICEF in 2003, Northern Nigeria, that is Northeast and Northwest, had 48% of girls married by age 15, while 78% were married by age 18. For example, we have Borno State in the Northeast recorded 89.3% of women aged between 20 and 49 that were first married before 15 years. And in Jigawa State in the Northwest, we have 78% of women aged between 20 and 49 that were married before 18. This is to say that even despite the law, even despite the Child's Act stated clearly that the legal marriage for marriage for young girls is 18. However, the Nigeria 1999 Constitution is contradicts this law by not clearly stating the actual age of 1999 Constitution. This brings us to the Constitution. This brings us to the chapter 4 of the Constitution, section 34, section 1 states clearly the right to.
Hello, Emmanuel. Hello, Emmanuel. That is how much time you have as the second speaker from the proposing side. Remember, you have to stick to the time strictly, and also remember that not sticking to the time attract some penalties. So it will do your team good to stick to the time. Please join me as I welcome the second opposing speaker from Kaduna State University, David Uneku. David, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. My name is David Oyibo, opposing the point which says that the Nigerian Constitution fails to give clarity on the issue of age of consent and age of marriage. Now, as my speaker has said before, the Child Rights Act clearly states and clearly emphasizes that the age of consent is 18 years. A child is deemed one that below the age of 18. And also, if you look at the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the CRC, which was adopted and ratified by Nigeria on the 16th of April 1991, you will see an important clause in the CRC in Article 24, Section 3, which states that state parties shall take all effective and appropriate measures with a view of abolishing traditional practices prejudicial to the health of children. And also in Article 1 of the CRC, it states that for the purposes of the present convention of a child, for the purpose of the present convention, a child means every human being below the age of 18 years. This is clearly stated in the CRC, and this is a document that Nigeria has adopted. How can you tell me then that the constitution is not clear on empowering laws that push the age of consent to be 18 years? And of course, my opponents have talked about the fact that in different states of the nation, there is failure of implementation of these laws. Now, I want you to understand that a legislation that disregards differences in the Nigerian people is not feasible. We have so many cultures and different religions in this country. And to push or to enforce a law may bring about division. And even our constitution says that this constitution is made to bring harmony between every part of the country. So we are a nation of many religions and many cultures. And even before the advent of democracy as we have it, during the time of the British, when we had the Northern Protectorate, the Eastern Protectorate, and the Western Protectorate, they knew how to work with the leaders in these different regions to enforce law, so as not to impede upon the cultures of the people that were being ruled at that point in time. So we see that the implementation of the Child Rights Act has been failed to be pushed in this state because the constitution has created a provision not to bring about disunity. And even the Boko Haram that has been threatening the security of our nation have stated that the constitution in itself is not religious, and that is why they are fighting the constitution. So imagine just implementing or imposing certain laws on different cultures which have their different views. This will bring about disunity among the people of the country. So we must also understand the purpose of acts. Acts were meant to protect the child. Now, you mentioned that in the Matrimonial Act, it's 21 years, but it was meant actually to create a benchmark on the age of consent for marriages. Thank you. With this point, I'm pretty sure that it's very convincing that that the age of consent is clear in the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, David Oyibo. You have also made your point crystal clear, and I'm excited about all the points you all have made. Very important and crucial points defending your argument. May I mention that results of each round will be announced at the end of the entire debate round today. We have a few rounds to go, and after all of the rounds, then the results will be announced. Right about now, please permit me to invite the judge, the chair, and his team or their team as they provide feedback and comments to your debate round. Please make welcome Mr. Andy Madaki, the host, the weekend show on AIT, who serves as the chair judge for this round. Mr. Andy, you have the floor. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody, and well done to all the debaters and to the organizers. Thanks for having me. I think it's quite an important conversation which we're having today, and I'm glad to see Nigerian students. I think my screen is frozen. Can you hear me? My comments on the debaters and their first and second round. So Ekiti State University stresses that the constitution has failed and why 11 states haven't signed this into law. They also focused a lot on rights to education and the failure of clarity of the law and the Constitution. It would have also been good to hear how this goes side by side with the healthcare sector in Nigeria. A lot of the argument focused on VVF and the Constitution, but pairing the health risk to the young women who get married before the age of 18, it would have been good to shed more light on it. But your arguments were made clear and sound, and well done to the first debater from State University. The second person, the first debater from Kaduna State, you showed very good understanding of the Nigerian Constitution, but it would have been good to also share more light on the Sharia law in Nigeria, because your argument was based on the fact that the Constitution accommodates everybody and makes room for different religions where the states have a right to decide what works for them. And so it would have been good for you to balance out the religious argument on it. Also, while there was a lot of focus on Constitution, I can tell who is a lawyer from this debate and who isn't. We should also ask ourselves, the fact that something is in the Constitution, does this make it logical? Does this make it right? And if it's in the Constitution, does that mean it is right? Because constitutions can be amended. So are we saying the Constitution is perfect? And then there's also the conversation of the sovereignty of our local laws. You showed very good knowledge of local and international law, and some valid arguments were also made. Now, for the rebuttals, Ekiti State University, I think that was Emmanuel. You spoke about human rights violation, early marriages, and how this affects child trafficking or could lead to child trafficking, and that was a very good point. You went past your time, so try to focus on your timing, and most importantly, it helps to start with a summary of sorts, which makes your points before you go into full details, so that if your time is cut short, you know you've made your point already. If you save your points to the end of the argument, you may not have the time for that. And David Oyibo also showed good knowledge of the Act and the Constitution. And there's a lot of conversation about the age of consent. However, age of consent versus the right age for marriage or consent in some of these 11 states that haven't localized this act is a huge question. So the law was made for man and not man for the law. And so if certain things affect the people or the majority, should that be questioned? And so if the law is sufficient, does this state that there's no reason to modify, amend, or even do away with the law and revamp it? That's a question to ask. And once again, the question of the fact that the Constitution is sacrosanct and supreme, does this make it right? However, well done to everybody. I like the fact that people mentioned there are different statistics. I like the fact that you stuck to the topic and it was based on issues. I like the fact that there were no personal attacks against the other debaters. So overall, well done to everybody in this first round. Great job, guys. I'll pass the mic back to the moderator and to members of my team. So Chinaza, Shona, any comments? Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I was hoping Shona was going to also chime in a thing or two, just so that the debaters get to understand a thing. Yes, thank you, Shona. I see your camera is on. Please go ahead.
Hello, hi everyone. Good morning. It was really interesting listening to everyone, speak about the different position. I think Andy has done a very extensive job in terms of summarizing most of the things that I would have loved to touch on. The final thing I would just like to add is like the use of storytelling. So it would have been great to hear like more news stories about what the media has reported concerning the issue, just so that the issue, the topic of the debate is brought to life. I think that that element of storytelling is always important, and that's something that the speakers can take note of next time, just so that the issue is more real to the audience listening. Overall, Andy touched on every other point I would have loved to mention. Thank you and well done, everyone.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Um, is Chinazam there to provide any comment or feedback to the debaters? Okay, so if we don't have Chinazam, I'll just go on with the agenda. Thank you so much, debaters. It's been an interesting one listening to you, and a fulfilling one for that matter. And like I mentioned earlier, the result to your debate will be announced at the end of all the rounds today. As we move on, let's proceed to round two, where we will be having participant from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, versus Babcock University. And may I then invite, please, for emphasis sake, I'll go over the rules again. um, the first proposing side and the first opposing side have 5 minutes each. The second proposing side and the second opposing side have 3 minutes each. And for your closing statement, you have 1 minute each to close. And so, may I invite the first speaker from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, to take the podium. Akin Deju Oluwagbemiga Michael, please, you have the floor now.
Good morning. My other team member is the first person to take the floor. Hello.
Let the other member of the team take the floor now. Thank you. Akolade, are you there? Michael, are you there? Which member of your team is taking it? Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Michael, can you hear me?
I can.
It doesn't look like the other member of your team. Perhaps they have some internet issues. Are you
Okay.
able to take it on and go on?
I'll try.
Please do. Thank you.
All right. So, the NHIS program in Nigeria was created for to provide goods. Yeah, it's just joined now. Hello, it's just joined now. It will take over.
Okay, sure.
Can you
Please
hear
take
me?
over.
Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Introduce yourself, and please, you have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Greetings to you all. My name is Oyewo Richard, and I'm from Federal University of Technology, Akure. And briefly, I would love to confidently oppose the motion. The National Health Insurance Scheme is a corporate body. The National Health Insurance Scheme initiative should be dissolved. So I will be actively against and opposing the motion. But before I do, I would love to define some key terms so that it will be more explicit to every one of us why, the NHIS scheme is very important to our country, Nigeria. First of all, I would love to, define the development and the history of NHIS. The National Health Insurance Scheme is a corporate body established under Act 35 of the 1999 Constitution by the federal government of Nigeria. So this scheme aims at providing easy access to healthcare for all Nigerians at all levels at an affordable price and in various prepayment systems. So, moving on, it is committed to securing universal coverage and access to adequate and affordable healthcare, making healthcare accessible, affordable, and equitable. So it was set up to have universal coverage in 4 cardinal areas like the public, the private, the vulnerable, and the unemployed. Now, opinion that NHIS has impacted the health status. That is, it has moved them forward. And another research done by a similar author, which is according to Abdulrahman, this research was conducted in Yobe State, Northeast Nigeria, 2009. Had a satisfaction score of 62%. That is, they are well satisfied that NHIS has impacted their lives in one way or the other. And also, Umai, Southeast Nigeria, 2012, also had similar research. And according to the result of his research, he could prove that 66.8% of all the respondents were actively following NHIS, and they were pleased with the service NHIS offer. In order to validate my point further, I would love to give a personal experience of mine. I happen to be a the Federal University of Technology student at Akure, and there was a day my roommate personally was ill, and we have to rush him to the medical health center. I think the state hospital. So they diagnosed him and they wrote some certain drugs. And when they discovered, we were given the bills. So the bills were so much intense, and they actually directed us to the NHIS. And through the help of the NHIS, they could cut the amount of the bills. And that night, we could rescue my roommates. Everyone, it is very important to have this system, because according to the World Bank reports, the poverty line is set at $2.15, which is, I think, 900 naira using bank rates according to 2017 prices, meaning that anyone living any lesser than $2 a day is considered to be living in extreme poverty. So, and according to this baseline, 40% of Nigerians, which is 83 million people, lived below the poverty line. So if there is not a system like this that could rescue us in order to cut our bills, I don't believe life will be much more easier for us. So the government has actually made it much more convenient for we citizens of Nigeria to have accessible, affordable, equitable health system. So with that being said, I believe the NHIS has really impacted a lot of sectors, since a lot of research has revealed that most of the people in different geopolitical zones actively support the initiatives and actively support the scheme of NHIS. So I think with that, I've rightly defended my point and my stand that NHIS should still be retained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and your point has actually been retained. May I then invite the first speaker from the opposing side, from Babcock University, to please take the podium and make your point. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sorry, excuse me, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed with my argument, I'm going to ask you a question that I will answer at the end of my argument. If health is wealth and cleanliness is next to godliness, in a land that is neither healthy, nor wealthy, nor clean, what do you intend we do? I am Oduwaye Akolade, a 400 level law student of law in Babcock University. And the topic today is the National Health Insurance Scheme has remained a dream for the average Nigerian. Shut it down. Before I proceed in speaking, I would like us to note that we're talking about the average Nigerian here. Now, the National Health Insurance Scheme is established under Article 35 of the 1999 Constitution with an aim to provide social health insurance for persons, and it is funded partially by the national allocation and also by payments made by the participants in the scheme. If you were to go to the NHIS website right now, it's there written boldly that universal health coverage is our goal. What is universal health coverage? According to the World Health Organization, universal health coverage means that all individuals will have access to the healthcare that they need, when they need it, and where they need it, without any financial issues. So if this is the goal of NHIS, what then is a goal that has not been achieved, if not a dream? In explaining why the NHIS has remained a dream since the policy was drafted in 1997 till today, Thursday, 11th August 2022, I will highlight some of the shortcomings of the scheme. First is the inadequate legal framework and implementation of the scheme. Let me explain to you some legal benefits provided by the scheme. Number one is hospital care, but it's limited to 15 days a year, and the patient is only allowed to stay in the general ward. Number two is pharmaceutical care, but it's limited to only the drugs on the NHIS list, of which you still have to pay 10% of. Number three is free diagnostic tests, only for the tests on the list. Number four is maternal care for 4 live births, which is great, except you intend to have a very large family. And number five is preventive dental care, not corrective dental care. How very universal this is. Some other legal issues I have with the establishing act of the National Health Insurance Scheme is the failure for it to properly define the coverage population, because according to a survey carried out, only 4% of the population is covered currently by the NHIS, and 5.94% of the working class is protected under the scheme. So if we are aiming for universal health care, how far have we gone? The other issues are the failure to make the scheme mandatory, which is the only way we can attempt for something to be universal. A failure to define the funding mechanisms for the underprivileged and the unemployed, as well as a failure to cater for the informal sector. And that brings me to my next point. The NHIS only protects the people employed in the formal sector of the working class. And when I say formal sector, I mean white-collar jobs, semi-white-collar jobs. So what about the self-employed, the people who work in the market, or the people who work in organizations that do not support this scheme? Do they not deserve health insurance? Because remember that today we're saying it's a dream for the average Nigerian, not the average working class Nigerian. But even if the topic was the average working class Nigerian, it is still a dream, because the formal sector is only but a section of the working class of Nigeria. And if 96% of the population is uncovered under this scheme, then we have not gotten anywhere. My next point is the fact that the government is apathetic towards the healthcare needs of its citizens. And I'm framing this because provide to me another explanation as to why the government can afford 4 trillion naira to spend on subsidy, but cannot meet the promised 15% of the national budget allocation towards the healthcare sector. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if we all die, then who are we subsidizing for? Health is a dire need, and it's upsetting that this is the current state of the country, because like I mentioned before, funding for this national health insurance scheme is gotten from both the government and then its participants. But if the government cannot fulfill its own quota, then there is simply not enough funds. And that brings me to my final point, that even people covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme are still struggling with healthcare. Now, I grew up with an immune deficiency order, meaning I've been in and out of the hospital more times than I can count. So everything I'm about to say are things that I have witnessed. I have witnessed situations in which NHIS sections of the pharmacies and the diagnosis test sections are closed, and the people who are covered by the scheme are told to either go to the self-payment point or told to come back another day, and perhaps it will be open then. I have witnessed situations in which priority is given to the self-paying customers over the people covered by the National Health Insurance Scheme, because I thought we were aiming for universal health global health coverage. That is people having access to all healthcare services they need without prejudice and without financial discord. So I will come back to the question I asked at the beginning. In a country that is neither healthy, wealthy, nor clean, what do? We start by being healthy so we can be wealthy and have the means to keep ourselves clean. The National Health Insurance Scheme is not a fundamental step in this process. Thank you for listening to me.
We have heard you. Your points are duly noted. May I then invite the second speaker from the proposing side from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, to please take the podium. You have 3 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you very much, moderator. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. First, we have to understand why the NHIS program was established in the first place. It was created for Nigerians to have good healthcare services. Now, in this program, instead of the employee paying the full amount of health insurance, the cost is managed by both the employer and the employee. About 15% of the basic salary of the employee is required to be paid to NHIS, but the employee gets to handle 5% of this cost, while 50%, the remaining 10% is handled by the employer. Now, this takes up a great deal of amounts, and this is deducted every month. This takes up a great deal of amount off the chest of the employee himself, and the employee can focus on getting good health treatment rather than focusing on the cost of the health insurance. Now, good health is vital for every citizen and is supposed to benefit the health services offered by the country. Now, so since it's an organization that gets medical care for free of charge, this helps to reduce the mortality rate in the country. Now, the economy of the country is greatly recessed, and maternity mothers do not have the resources to provide adequate care for their babies. But with the help of this health insurance scheme, that's NHIS, the ladies can receive maternity care for up to 4 live births, 4 children of us, and also a spouse of us. Now, additional care is also provided for stillborns, that is either early or late treatment. And we're talking about maybe fetal death of the child by the mother. Additional care is also created for such a mother. Now, a big barrier to healthcare has always been financial resources. For people with high deductible health plans and those living in countries where they need to pay for healthcare out of their pockets, the issue of money is a very big one. Now, the people that may want to get treatment and maybe access the hospitals or clinic by any means may not have the means to pay for these healthcare services. Now, the NHIS was created to eliminate this barrier. The second point is lower healthcare costs. The governments are the one controlling these prices. And since they control the prices, they can regulate how the things should be sold, how the services should be rendered. And the next point is to remove health challenges from education, because education and health, they go hand in hand. Children with undiagnosed and untreated health issues may not get the full benefit of education. So the NHIS was created to improve access to testing and healthcare solutions in order to remove this barrier and in order to improve learning. And the next point is to improve equality. Access to healthcare is determined by the individual need rather than their cost. Thank you very much.
That after your time elapses, you still have about 5 to 10 seconds to drive home your point. Those are free time that you have to do your thing very, very well. May I then welcome the second speaker from the opposing side to please take the podium from Babcock University.
Can everyone hear me? And can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? And can everyone see me?
Glad to see you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I can hear you.
My name is.
Please go ahead.
Can you see me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Modrin Francis Nayelu, and I'm the second speaker for Babcock University. I will be speaking in support of the motion, which says that the National Health Insurance Scheme has remained a dream for the average Nigerians, and we should shut it. I would like to buttress my position in this debate by supporting some of the points already laid down by my first speaker. First of all, how do you talk about a health insurance scheme when there's an inadequate infrastructure for the public health, inadequate infrastructure for Nigeria's public health care sector? The primary health care centers, which can be described as the first contact between individuals and national health care system, most of them are in abysmal states in our country. Most of them are not functional. In 2019, in an interview with Premium Times NG, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health in Niger State said that out of the 1,400 primary healthcare centers in the state, about less than 20% of them are functional. So how do you even want to convince people to believe in an insurance scheme whereby public infrastructure, which should take care of the health of people, are not functional? In some communities, people have to trek up to 3 kilometers to access basic health care or basic malaria needs. Some years ago, I think in 2019 or 2020, a doctor, Dr. Stephen Ijowe of Federal Medical Center, died in front of FMC Yenegoa. Why? Because he had a heart attack and he could not get a defibrillator because the only defibrillator was in the state house of the Bayelsa state government. So how then do you want people to believe in a health insurance scheme? It brings me to my second point, poverty. A lot of the World Bank in its Global Growth Index states that 95.1 million of Nigerians live under the poverty line, are very poor. And you can see that in our country, there's a large inflation, and therefore incomes are not, the cost of living has increased and the standard of living is going less because our currency devalues by over 100% annually. Therefore, even if you said, subsidized contributions for health insurance scheme, how do you want people to be able to contribute to stuff whereby people are struggling to, have access to the basic needs of life, which are food, water, shelter, and care? We also talk about the issues of corruption. We know that our country is a country that is largely ridden by corrupt activities. In 2019, the secretary of this so-called NHIS, National Health Insurance Scheme, was fired as a result of mismanagement of funds and failure to adhere to strict procedures. So therefore, how do you make people even believe in a system? Also, we talk of lack of sensitization issues. 47.25% of the Nigerian population live in rural areas, most of them largely uneducated, with that illiterate. How do you explain to them what an insurance scheme is and put them through the paces? So I feel that as a nation, we should be able to address these issues before we start to talk about whether or not the National Health Insurance Scheme works for the average Nigerians. Do we even have a middle class again? I hope that everyone would see that we should stop to put the cart before the horse, but make sure that we put certain structures in place to ensure that our citizens actually enjoy the benefits of proper healthcare. Thank you and God bless you very much.
And they're clear. May I also mention that when we're coming up to share, let's avoid the noise in the background. It allows it hinders actually your point and may also not allow the judges to pick your point clearly, and that may impact on your point. So it's important to note that the noise from your background should be reduced or even eradicated drastically. So thank you. I'd like to invite representative from FUTA to give their closing statement, after which a representative from Babcock would also give their closing statement as we round up this round 2.
Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
All right. So in conclusion, according to my opposing speaker, what she said in her first statement, she said the NHIS is only meant for the public workers alone. But I'm telling you that the NHIS is meant for both the public, the private, the vulnerable, and the unemployed. So in Nigeria, whereby this country, is facing serious economic downturn, and people, are meant to pay for their health bills holistically or completely, it's not a system that will work. But NHIS is very important in bringing down bringing a sustainable life for Nigerians so that we can have a better life through this system. And if at all there is any infrastructural issue affecting the system, it can be revamped and it can be renewed, it can be restored and restructured. But consider the amount of money pumped into the health sector, we can actually increase the bills entering the health sector so that we have a well-shaped system that facilitates this scheme. So I believe that NHIS is a system that is working.
Let's welcome representative from Babcock University to give their closing statement in 1 minute.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. And before I give my closing statement, I would like to clarify that I did not state that the National Health Insurance Scheme only caters people in the public sector. I said it only caters people in the formal sector of work because there is no provision for funding mechanisms for the unemployed and the people who are not employed in that sector of work. It was mentioned by my opponents that the employers are able to focus on getting good health treatment as a result of this scheme. But I maintain that the NHIS has no direct influence on getting good health treatment because even our leaders are aware of this, and that is why they leave the nation for medical care. And the reduction of mortality rate has nothing to do with the national health insurance system, but only with advancements in technology. And while my opposing sides were rounding up the argument, they said that they believe the national health insurance scheme should be restructured and revamped. By them saying that, that means that they agree with me that the current state of the national health insurance scheme is only a dream. Thank you.
Representative from the university, the Federal University of Technology, and then Babcock. May I invite our judges for their comments and feedback? Judges, over to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much once again, Mr. Moderator, and to our debaters. This was exciting, and so I'll just give my comment and then my co-judges will also speak. And so I'll start with Foot Akure. Richard, you started with a good use of storytelling, which I noticed, and so you brought in a bit of storytelling. So you listened to that feedback, but there was a bit of disorganization with your delivery. So while you did storytelling, you jumped to some facts and figures, and so the debate didn't really connect. So you had valid points, but connecting it to tell a good story, to have a good flow, the organization was a bit all over the place. However, you mentioned a couple of World Bank stats and the likes, and so it showed a bit of research. So that was good. And so that was for your first argument. For Babcock, Odeweyi, you were confident and it showed. Good use of language, and you had a good background of the situation. Also, being able to personalize the story to share your own personal experience plays a good role on sentimental value of your argument. You also made short and valid points, which were good. However, while debating, I could tell you are looking at your screen or your notepad, and maybe this is the journalist in me, but most times it's also important to look up at your either the moderator or the speakers or your audience so that you have a connection with them. So it doesn't look like you're just reading out of the script. And you were persuasive, so that was good, but that was very impressive. For the second speaker from Akure, I think that was Michael. You were calm and quite composed with your delivery, but the conclusion towards the end, you kind of lost me. It's important to keep our attention while you speak. And so towards the end, you kind of lost me. And so that's something to pay attention. Start strong, end strong. Uh,
I think we lost connection with our first judge. Shona, do you want to take a go at this?
and there wasn't a lot of use of rebuttal, which is
Well, I think Mr. Andy's network is not as friendly this morning. So, Shona, do you want to take the floor?
All right, then. Thank you very much. I'll just build up from what Mr. Andy said. Great job, everyone. I know it's not easy being on the sport and debating, and you had like just 24 hours to come up with your debate. So well done with with everything you did. I think my feedback for the main speaker for Futa, I don't know if there was a reason or if this was communicated, but I mean, in the first presentation, when you spoke, we didn't see your video come on. And it's important as part of like the presentation, we need your video to be turned on at all time. And that's why it's important that you test and get familiar with the system even before your debate. I think general feedback, and this is like for the main speaker and every like for the main speaker, especially from FUTA, is ensuring that you work on your ability to be concise. And what that means is at the end of your debate, right, when you know that the timer is on 1 minute, it's not really the best time to be, taking our minds through another journey. At that point in time, what you want to do is to end in a powerful way and remind us of what you said in the last 4 minutes. So it's to work on your conciseness and be like, okay, these are the things like I wanted to emphasize, right? And that's an important feedback. You were able to share your personal cases, which was great. But like Mr. Andy said, we could not connect it at the end of the day, to the larger story. And, you were like, we would have loved to see more evidence as to the greater impact of the NHIS on the other 200 million Nigerians. The second speaker from FUTA was great. Was like you did better, if I may, in terms of your ability to articulate your point. But at the end as well, it would have been great to just summarize the key points. For backup, I think the main speaker, you had this audacity and you were confident, which is great. Um, One of the strengths in this debate, in your point, was your ability to like provide the legal backing, and that's why I mean you're a law student anyways, so it was good that you were able to provide that legal, if I may, like the pitfalls, right, of the legal framework of the NHIS. We couldn't see the second speaker, and then there was a lot of background noise, so it was very difficult to, make sense of what he was trying to say. So overall feedback for everyone, great work. We're all work in progress, and we keep getting better. I'll just emphasize that when you're at 1 minute or 30 seconds, don't take us through another journey. Just leave it up in a powerful way, reiterating the key points of what you had emphasized, at different points in your debate. Thank you very much, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are very, very valid feedback, and I hope that those feedback are taken. And then, as we go on in the entire process, you will implement them. We're going over now to round 3, where we will be having representative from Bayero University, Kano, and University of Benin going head to head on the topic that reads Our Way Out: Involvement in Party Administration, Not Electoral Reform. And let me also remind them that the first proposing and opposing speakers have 5 minutes each. The second proposing and opposing speakers have 3 minutes each, and you all then have 1 minute each as a team to deliver your closing statement. It's important that we keep to time. You have between 5 to 10 seconds after the allotted time elapses to make your point. If you need to turn on your camera, please ensure, excuse me, ensure that you take all the feedback that has been given by the judges. Also ensure the Also, please do ensure that the noise in your background is limited so that does not impact negatively on your score. So join me as I welcome the first speaker, who would be coming from Bayero University, Kano. Rimi Gado Umar Yusuf as the first proposing speaker. Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Good morning, my honorable judges. My name is Umar Yusuf Rimangado, a student from Bahir University, Kano, and I'm here to support the motion which says that involvement in party administration and not electoral reform is our way out. According to the sayings of the Greek philosopher Plato, one of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. Since the return of democracy in Nigeria in 1999, there has been at least several reforms to the Electoral Act and Conduct. Yet, the concept of free and fair election in Nigeria has failed to manifest. Crooked politicians continue to find their way to political offices through election malpractice. These processes have been the reason Nigeria produces undemocratic leaders to whom the country is nothing but an avenue to loot public funds. These undemocratic people tend to occupy and dominate the spaces in the election arena right from the base, which is the political parties, and as a result of their dominance, the democratic people become apathetic to political activities. Until good people like you and I start to get involved in political parties and its administration, the dream of a free and fair election in Nigeria will be far-fetched. The Nigeria we want is one where elections will be conducted free and fair, and the votes of the citizens will count. We all have witnessed the recently conducted party primaries where huge allegations of bribing party delegates were raised. If these allegations raised are in fact true, then to my belief, any of the candidates that become successful in the general election will likely loot the public funds to compensate his spendings. If good people were to get involved in political party administration, such atrocities will be hard to come by, and as such, competent candidates will emerge as Nigerian leaders. The problem we face in Nigeria is not actually with the electoral system, but rather the political parties. The poor administration of the parties continue to discourage good people from joining politics. I don't think electoral reform can actually solve our problem because politicians always find their way out, as some of them are dubious and cunning. When good people fail to get into politics, all we will be having is these people, and we continue to have problems here and there. We will have bad leaders election malpractice will continue to manifest. Good people will be out of politics. Nigeria will be where it is now and will remain. So I don't think electoral reform. I don't think electoral reform is in any way going to help the citizens of Nigeria, but rather active participation in political parties and their administration. Also, we have seen according to the US Intelligence Committee, the Russian government interfered in 2016 US presidential election with the goal of harming Hillary Clinton, boosting the candidacy of Donald Trump, and increasing political and social discord in the United States. If actually electoral reforms are the key to the Nigeria we want, then such an allegation will not be raised by United States on Russia, because United States is one of the countries that practice one of the best electoral system. So, my judges, honorable judges, with this viewpoint of mine, I hope you are convinced that our way out is involvement in party administration rather than electoral reform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative from Bayero University, Kano. May I then invite the first speaker from the opposing side, from the University of Benin, to please take the podium. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Victory Ochua Omera from the University of Benin, and I will be opposing the motion stating that electoral reforms are the way out to strengthening our electoral systems in Nigeria. First off, my opponent said electoral reforms are not needed to strengthen our electoral systems in Nigeria, that they are not the way out. I want to argue that, have you ever seen a country without policies? Have you ever seen a country without law? Have you ever seen a country without rules that guide how people do things? If there were no road safety and road safety rules, many people will be driving sporadically and killing themselves almost every day on our road. So policies are very important. And that is why I'll be stating some factors which help to buttress on my point that electoral reforms are important for strengthening our political system in Nigeria, and they are the way out. On the 12th of March 2008, the Herald, a national newspaper, revealed that a total of 6,180 complaints were being lodged throughout the process of the 2007 election. In that same year, the African Journal of Election records that 1,250 petitions were made relating to the conduction of elections alone. This shows that people are speaking, people are talking about their electoral system. But why is the reason why we have not changed? Because there are no strong electoral reforms backing it. If my opponent is saying electoral reforms are not needed, are only involvement in party administration, does it mean that the amended electoral act that was signed into act in this year in February is not needed? Look at the benefits of that electoral amended act. Number one, it's fostered electoral voting system. It gives people the ability to be able to register using smart readers, removing every human error that can be involved with voting. You know, we humans, we make mistakes. So when we have technology put in place that can help us avoid mistakes, it's very important. Number two, it grants financial autonomy to the INEC. Imagine an INEC that will be bought with money. Imagine an INEC that is waiting for funds to be able to carry out elections. But electoral reforms like the amended electoral act puts a stop to all of this. It makes sure that the funds for elections are already given to the INEC almost a year before the elections are conducted, so that there is no issues with money. Number three, it addresses the overvoting system in the country. Prior to the amended act being signed, the overvoting systems in the country were like this. If there are excesses of votes during an election, the INEC will refer to the registered voters of that ward or of that particular state in removing out the excesses. But with the amended voting system, with the amended electoral act, you now look at the accredited voters and not the registered voters. That is the voters that are actually on site during the day of the election. So this actually helps to improve transparency. It actually helps to improve free and fair election. And it's this free and fair election that we need to develop trust in order to make people participate more in politics. Everybody is saying that politics is not my business just because the policies that are put in place make it so. They are not strong enough to be able to hold our system in a way that we bring trust in the people. We bring trust from the people with free and fair elections. Everybody is saying, even if I go, my vote will not count. Even if I go, they are all the same. Why should I vote? But the electoral policies that are put in place are the amended Electoral Act. We make people to want to come out and vote more often. It will make people become more interested, knowing that there is a free and fair election. And free and fair election is at the basis of democracy. Democracy is what we are fighting for. And free and fair election helps us to get democracy. It increases people's participation in government. So electoral reforms are actually needed in every country, and especially in Nigeria, where we are developing and we need to strengthen our political system. So my opponent cannot say that electoral reforms are not needed when I can give you all these numerous reasons why they are actually needed. So with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you that electoral reforms are actually the way out in strengthening our electoral systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victory. Those are strong points there. May I invite the second speaker from the proposing team to please take the podium, Mohammed Anas Bala. Over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Anas Bala from Bayero University, Kano, and I am the second speaker in support of the motion that participating in the party administration, not the electoral reform, is our way out. Yes, my opponent made mention that some people used to say politics is not my business, but Hajar Sharif, a known TEDx speaker, made mention that politics can be awareness, activism, participation in voting system. And also, my opponent made mention that the electoral reforms addresses the issues of overvoting. So I want to remind her that yes, it may address the issues of overvoting, but it did not address the issue of vote buying. Rather, it even amplifies it to the point that the president is being given the chance to a budget of 5 billion naira rather than the 1 million naira which was then proposed, and also state governors from 200 million to 1 billion. So you see that giving them these opportunities to spend this much will bring about vote buying. One, it will also bring about other non-technical, as she said, we are moving to digital, other non-technical means of altering the process of the election. And so also, my opponent is trying to tell us that we can fetch apple before planting the seeds through boasting out that we can be able to achieve good electoral systems through the reforms. But first, let me ask her, how can we get the reforms if we do not get the right persons in the right places at the right time? Because through the political party, those people that are in charge of ascending the bill, those people that are in charge of passing the bills, all come through a political party. So when you are telling me that political reforms is rather more important than the political party administration, I will tell you that no, because you need a credible candidate which will pass through a political party to the elections to go there and make these changes that you hope to see. So whenever you miss out voting the right candidates at the during the elections, I see no way that you'll be able to have those patriotic leaders that we always dream of. So I believe that engaging in the root political system, that's the party politics, it's more important than the political reform, because the political party will bring about the reform that we are even seeking for. Thank you very much.
there, I'd like to invite the second speaker from the proposing side, the opposing side, I beg your pardon, to take the podium, Emmanuel Oko. Emmanuel, over to you. Emmanuel Oko, are you there? Emmanuel, if you can hear me, you can speak. Emmanuel, all right. Victory, I'm not sure your team member. All right, Emmanuel is here. Emmanuel, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me, sir?
Loud and clear.
Hello? I can't hear myself. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. From the University of Benin, and I am here to speak on the topic that intellectual aware of the situation we have currently in Nigeria. But before I go on, I would like to ask the second speaker. He said intellectual reforms, he said this room for vote buying, participation for vote buying. But I want to ask the question: if there are no electoral reforms in place to prevent vote buying, what then checks this vote buying from happening? For example, if you have 1,000 people that don't know the electoral law and their rights, what then prevents them from being from selling their votes? I mean, we're all talking about a free and fair election here. Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
I can hear you, Emmanuel. Fire on.
Okay, I'll move on. I was hearing me. Okay. And secondly, the party system in Nigeria is not reduced to a mere number game, as we are seeing in the case of involvement in administration. For example, now we have lots of political parties in Nigeria. We have over 90 political parties in Nigeria. One thing, this begs the question: why are we not involved in these political parties? It goes to show that we do not have enough trust in these political parties. We do not trust our leaders sufficient enough for us to participate in this politics. So we need more electoral reform that can help our people accountable to enable us to trust them and participate in this election. Electoral reform helps to build trust amongst our leaders, and when the people trust the leaders, they are more obliged to vote and to accept their electoral franchise. Secondly, it is also important to check if our party system is characterized by confusion and consensus, not by conflict, acrimony, and polarization as we see in the party and institutional system currently. If you can remember clearly, the old PDP party was also broken up to a new PDP party and then finally to APC. Why is it so? This is because of conflict and agreement that has been the main characteristic of our political party. Thirdly, given the current narrative in the electoral system in Nigeria, characterized by the same vote buying system that we have currently, what then checkmates this? I've asked this question, so I'll be passing this over to the next speaker. What checkmates the fact that, okay, we have more people that are participating in politics, but my vote is being bought. If there are no policies in place, if there are no electoral reforms in place that can how will I put it? Okay, if there are no electoral reforms in place, that checkmate the fact that my vote should not be bought. If there are policies that will prevent my vote from being bought, I believe this will help us go a far way in changing the narratives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Excellent point. However, it was a bit difficult to put together what you were saying. So, I mean, this would be like an information to others. Ensure that your internet connection is strong, because you need to use your video and your audio at the same time so that you do not lose point for your team. Thank you very much. Let me invite a representative from the proposing side from Bayero University to give their closing statement, after which a representative from University of Benin will also give their closing statement. Please, Bayero University, your representative have the floor.
Yes, well, what we are trying to say here is that you need a strong governance system to have a very good reforms. So, and in Nigeria, if we have that governance system right, I don't think we'll be sitting here to discuss this very topic. So, for us to have that good governance system, we are trying to tell you that we need participation of patriotic, competent citizens into the political systems in Nigeria, so that these political parties will be able to deliver competent candidates, and also at the and also at the end we'll be able to like have the quality and good governance we want for the Nigeria we want to see.
Thank you. Uniben, your representative, for your closing statement.
To reiterate, what my second speaker has just said. Oh, okay. To reiterate what my second speaker has just said, he talked about vote buying, because my opponent said vote buying, when people participate in politics, there will be vote buying. But I'm here to say that it's electoral reforms that actually check vote buying. Because if we increase people's participation in politics or increase people's participation in party administration, we are only giving more votes to be bought. We have to have electoral reforms that check this vote buying first. Also, I would like to end by saying that my opponent is seeking the end, but I am seeking the means to the end. You cannot jump to the end without looking at the journey in between. We have to put our policies in place in order to build trust with our government, so that we can then increase people's participation in politics. So I am seeking the means to the end, but my opponent is seeking the end. Now you ask me, which one is better?
Thank you, Victory. You left us there with a question. And thank you for your time and those points. Thank you to Uniben, representative there, and of course from Bayero University, your representatives. Thank you so much. You have raised very important and crucial point to think about. I'll hand over the microphone now, or the stand now, to our judges. Judges, your point, your comments, and your feedback. Mr. Andy, do you want to go first?
Okay. Thank you so much. While I still have network, I guess I'll speak. I wanted, yes. Okay, I'll go first. I hope you can hear me.
I
And
can.
thanks to Shona and Chinazom for holding it down when network disappeared. Quickly, because of time, Yusuf from Bayero University. Good introduction, but at some point I expected a bit more vim. Your opening argument sounded more like a speech as opposed to a debate. And so it lacked a bit of persuasion. But you started with a good introduction. I just wish it was more persuasive as opposed to a speech being read out. First speaker from Benin, Victory, you are persuasive, strong arguments, a little too fast. I know it's a debate, but sometimes it's good to carry us along with the conversation. And then I noticed you had some good rebuttals, which was good. The second speaker, also from Bayero University, you picked up the baton by giving good rebuttals, which meant you were listening to what the other side was saying, and you ended with a good conclusion, which I found very good. Emmanuel from Benin also picked up with some good rebuttals, so it's good to know that you are picking feedback from the earlier debates, and so you have an upper hand. And so, good rebuttal. You also kept to time, which was good. In the closing, both teams did well with their closing. However, what has lacked with most of the debates is, while you oppose a certain argument, it's good to prefer your own alternative. So while they are opposing, you are wrapping it up with an alternative and saying, as opposed to this, how about we do the other way? Victory tried with that, but I needed a bit more convincing. So while you make your point, it's also important that you are preferring solutions to what you are throwing out. And so I'll hand over to my other judges for their comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Sorry I joined a bit late, so I couldn't really get the names of the debaters, so I would just give general group feedback. So for Bayero University, I think they had some really good points. However, like Andy said, it really lacked the enthusiasm. At some point, it felt like they were reading something from the news. But overall, I liked some of the statistics the second speaker tried to present about the US elections in the beginning. So that was really fantastic. Um, I think that, yes, like Andy said, they could just have given feedback, and I think they could have used a bit more case studies, more statistics. That's for both teams. And then for University of Benin, I liked the energy. I liked the rebuttals. They had that on lock. And yes, just like I said, I wish they had using a bit more statistics and more examples, more case studies. Yeah, but overall, good attempts by both teams. Thank you.
Shona?
Okay, hi. Thanks a lot, everyone. I'll just build up from what Andy and Chinazam had said. I think they've covered most of the feedback that I would have loved to share. We just want to say thank you. And I think two things I would like to emphasize is everyone at some point, like I had to like come back to really check what the topic was because it looked like the debater, I don't know who started this, maybe it's the first speaker from Bayero who spoke about vote buying. And then it then felt like we changed the debate topic to be a debate about vote buying. Because like everyone kept on talking about vote buying, and I had to ask myself, are we debating about vote buying, right? I know that you were given an interesting topic. It was on, the way out, our way out, and I love the topic because it's like a whiteboard, right, or a blackboard where you're free to paint whatever way, or whatever interpretation in quotes you made of the topic. But at some point, it felt like we rephrase the topic to be the way out of vote buying or something, right? So I think it would be great. So it would be great, like for next time, to define, like in a way, your understanding of the topic, so that we're able to connect, what exactly like the solutions you're preferring is targeted at. I love the second, like the other speaker, I think that's like Bayero University, like Chinadan said, good energy and all. I'll just say it's important that we remain confident as speakers, but at the same time, be mindful of the tone of our voice in terms of communicating passion without necessarily breaking off the roof, right? There's like a thin balance with that, but overall, it was good. I just think the speakers could have done well in defining what way they were trying to, like what way out exactly, painting that picture for us so that we can easily connect. It felt like it was a debate on vote buying as opposed to like a way forward for Nigeria, but overall, well done. Thank you.
Excellent feedback there, our judges. Thank you so much for your time and for being here with us till now. We have done round 1, 2, and 3, and we're about to go to round 4. But before we do that, we want to take a hard stop here and take a breather. Maybe grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea, take a walk around, or just stretch our backs of some sort as we prepare to receive the 4th round. And for those of us who are watching on YouTube, let me also mention that some of our audience are on YouTube and they're watching and cheering you on. So give your best. And so for those watching on YouTube, a link will be shared on that YouTube link YouTube channel for you to click. Please go there. It's a game you should participate in. Maybe something might drop for you there. I don't know. But please do click the link and engage with the questions there. And for those of us on Mentimeter, especially on StreamYard, especially the debaters, may I encourage you to take that time to reach out to your school, your mates, go on all of the WhatsApp groups, all of the Telegram groups, and all of the groups you have. Put the link to our YouTube channel on that group and let your schoolmate come cheer you on. I mean, you can't be the only one here listening to yourself and fighting this battle. You need an army of people to support you in the journey. So let me encourage you. The link will be shared shortly to our YouTube channel. So take that link, put it on all of your groups, and then let's have a good one. So we'll take a break now, and we will come back in the next 10-15 minutes after we take a breather. Thank you for your time, and please don't go off the call so you don't have to struggle to come back. So my name is Bernard again, and I'm your moderator, and this is me saying see you soon.
Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP. Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP.
Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it.
Where freedom reigns and truth prevails, our land where there's hope for us all. generations to come.
More music at Divine Flavor.
Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP.
Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent we have young people young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about
Welcome back, everyone. I hope we had a time to take a walk, take a cup of coffee or tea or water, or maybe grab something to chew or something. If you did that in the chat box, just say yes, yes, I did, yes, 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 or I did, I did. Anyone there? Anyone there? So that I'm not speaking to myself alone. Just drop in the chat. I can see Ajibade's camera is on. All right. So welcome back. We go straight to round 4. The same rules stand, and I'm going to take those rules again very quickly. The proposing and the opposing side, you have 5 minutes each for your first speakers. Then your second speakers have 3 minutes each, and then representative from your team then have 1 minute to crystallize your point. Having spoken, you have 5 to 10 seconds to end your sentence after your time has elapsed. So utilize that time judiciously. Just reiterating all of the rules again around the penalties. Teams will be penalized for failing to adhere to the ground rules of engagement during the competition. Each offense below will attract a penalty of 1 point. 1. Inappropriate conduct. 2. Objectionable language. 3. Severe personal attack on another debater. 4. Falsified evidence. 5. Irrelevancy. 6. Unfair tactics. And number 7. Unfamiliar with the rules. So you cannot feign ignorance of the rules, and that is why I'm reading them to you again. Taking us to the fourth round, excuse me, taking us to the fourth round, we have representative from Tai Solarin University of Education, and we also do have a participant from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, who will be going head-to-head to battle on the question, in achieving lasting security in achieving lasting security, Nigerian individuals should be allowed to bear arms, yea or nay. And that is what they'll be going. So let me invite the first speaker proposing from Tai Solarin University to take the floor once again. Please ensure you're speaking up loud, use your time judiciously, and have a good one. Good luck.
Thank you. Give them guns to protect themselves. Some government officials believe that if Nigerian individuals are given guns to protect themselves, it would prove as a lasting solution to the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. In 2018, Kabiru Morafa, a senator in Zamfara Central, put a call through to the government, asking them to legalize the use of firearms in the country. In 2020, Samuel Otom, the governor of Benue State, also did the same thing. In 2021, Dahirus Ishaku, the governor of Taraba State, also put the same cause over to the government. Good day, everyone. My name is Ajibade Rihanna, a representative of Tai Solarin University of Education, and I will be supporting the motion which says, in achieving lasting security, Nigerian individuals should be allowed to bear firearms. We should keep in mind that this topic is clearly stating that the government of Nigeria should legalize the use of firearms for everybody in Nigeria. On Tuesday, 5th of July, 2022, the president of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari's convoy was attacked very close to his hometown in Katsina, despite all of the convoys he had. Now, this is a call to all of us that our lives, the security of our lives and our properties, it is now in our hands. And for us to be able to protect ourselves from the daily evil that we face as a country, Nigeria, it is not inappropriate for us to seek for the use of arms and ammunition as individuals of the country. If we're allowed to use all of this, it will serve as a means for us to, it will serve as a means of self-defense for us as citizens of the country. It will even serve as a means to curb crimes. It will serve as, if we are to legalize the use of arms and ammunition, it can serve as a means for government to get more revenue, in the sense that we can start the localization of guns. We can start making guns on our own instead of importing from outside of the country and enabling black market dealers to sell guns in appropriate manners. Because even in a country where they have not legalized guns, if people can have easy access to guns, there is no inappropriateness in allowing every member of the community, of the country, to own guns to defend themselves. Also, owning guns does not change the value of life. It is only people who are choosing to perpetrate evils with arms and ammunition that are standing as a cause to endanger for us, that we need all of these arms and ammunition as citizens. You can imagine the cars then have been harmed to the teeth. The people who are come forward before deciding to attack them. These attackers are people are harmed attacking. Let us take another attack that happened in
Well, it appears Rihanna's network is not as great. We'll wait for her to come back. I'm sure. All right, viewers, I think we should have the first speaker from the opposing side as Rihanna tries to solve her network issues. So the first speaker from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Are you there? Can you come on and take your time now? Yes, God's will. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, and the members of the audience. My name is Godwin Dixon, and I'm a representative of the University of Nigeria. I'm here to oppose the motion that in achieving lasting security in Nigeria, individuals should be allowed to bear firearms. Of course, the protection of citizens' lives is unquestionably the government's priority, as stated in Chapter 2, Section 14(2)(b) of the 1999 Nigerian Constitution, as amended, and apparent by the ongoing criminal activities and the innocent bystander deaths occurring all around the nation. The government are falling short of this duty. Now, even though this is an emergency, a major emergency that needs immediate action, permitting Nigerians to carry firearms in an effort to solve this problem is equivalent to letting a dog dine at the dinner table. It will always mess things up. Understandably, the issue of insecurity is one that can be resolved fundamentally, and allowing citizens to bear up firearms is not a fundamental solution to the problem. Of course, seeing that this does not tackle the root causes of the problem. Check countries that have higher levels of security, countries such as Canada, such as Singapore, such as Japan. These countries do not have the highest levels of security because they legalize weapons, or they legalize civilian use or civilian possession of firearms and ammunition. Instead, we can see the reason for their security in such factors as the alleviation of poverty, as the catering for the mental health needs of their citizenry. In fact, these countries do not legalize the carriage, the possession of firearms. It's not therefore plausible that attacking this particular challenge by trying to allow citizenry possess ammunition is shooting ourselves on the leg. Of course, a follow-up to this is realizing that security needs to be tackled by a primary segment. Of course, there is the reason why this is the military. There's a reason why there are security personnel. A statement made by the presidential candidate, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, possesses no small veracity. We see that Nigeria has the lowest security personnel relatively to other African nations. For instance, Egypt, with 100 million plus population, have over 1 million security personnel, whereas Nigeria, with 250 plus million people, have approximately 300,000 security personnel. This is abysmal, worrisome, and outrageous for a country that is begging for security. Of course, clearly, a follow-up to this also is that allowing weapons on Nigerians could have disastrous consequences, especially if the handler is someone who is currently intoxicated or a frequent user of drugs or abuser of drugs, can impair judgment, decision making, and result in unintended gunfire. And we are also leaving out unintended side effects as the increase, perhaps in suicide, perhaps in other violence-related activities. Research
Oh well, I think Godswill's internet has thrown him out now. I can see that Rihanna is back, but I'd allow. Is Godswill back? Okay, I think we should take Rihanna. I think she left about a minute. She has about a minute or so to conclude her thoughts. So let's have Rihanna come back and conclude her thoughts while Godswill also tries to come back to conclude his thoughts. 1 minute each. Admin, please put Rihanna on the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. According to the Fire Act Arm of Chapter 146 of the Nigerian Constitution, the President of the country and the Inspector General of Police are allowed to license guns. So if guns are being licensed and given to people to use as a means of defense in the country, anybody who uses this gun for other criminal acts can be apprehended. With the use of the license that is on the gun, such person can be traced. And also that would be a method of curbing crime rate in our community and also in the country at large. And giving people firearms to run on themselves, it would be another form of self-defense, giving people confidence to walk about in their country. There would be no fear of traveling by road, of traveling by train for us as citizens of the country. So with this point, I hope you are duly convinced that it is high time the government legalize the use of firearms for everybody as citizens of this country. Thank you.
point duly noted, and I know the judges have taken notes of your point. You have spoken well. Is God's will back before we go on to the rebuttals? God's will. Okay, then. Let me welcome. Um, hmm, is Okafor Chinaza Juliana or Julian? Yeah, Julian from UNN Unsuka. Is she here? Yes, you are. So I'd like you to just take the podium now and give it a shot. Thank you. And then after you, we're going to have the second speaker who will come to propose as well your point. I'm not sure why internet is this way. Julian, if you can confirm from God's will what his internet is, so we don't distort the process. It will be good for that fairness in this round. As it stands, he has to conclude his thoughts, and then we have a rebuttal from Odelade before you, Julian, comes up, and we don't want to distort that arrangement at all, just to be fair.
Okay. According to the Institution for Security Studies, according to the Institution for Security Studies, displacement is, according to the Institution for Security Studies, firearms are the major drivers of displacement in Africa, and there is an increase in this problem, which have led to the current question about the preparedness and efficiency of law enforcement agencies in Nigeria. And there is a paramount question attached to it, which is, should civilians be allowed to bear arms for the safety of their lives, property? Chinaza Julian, the second speaker of the opposition team. I strongly believe that in achieving lasting security in Nigeria, individuals should not be allowed to bear firearms. Before I buttress my point, it is pertinent that I make some brutal on the statement made by the proposing team. The proposing team suggested that bearing of firearms is for safety, is for self-defense. Are we forgetting the case of the United States of America, Syria, Libya, Canada, Australia, where firearms are legalized, but still there is a tremendous increase in the amount of incidents as a result of homicide. In the past few years, 47% of deaths in the United States have been attributed to homicide. Again, she made mention of firearms being legalized for all Nigerians, forgetting the fact that we are talking about Nigerians that are adults, because a minor and a teenager who do not understand the prior knowledge of using a firearm cannot be able to discharge a weapon appropriately. Again, firearms, if firearms are allowed, if people are allowed to possess firearms, there will be an increase in the amount of people that take laws into their own hands. Taking, for example, what is happening now, jungle justice here in Nigeria is becoming rampant. And if firearms are made possible or made available to everyone, there will be an increase in killing of people, because the right to bear arms is the right to kill someone without a fair trial, and unfair trial is a fundamental right of any Nigerian student, of any Nigerian, and of any even civilians and militant. Again, using firearms does not mean that one is assured of safety, because even the police personnel with their own firearms are still being brutally murdered in their duty posts. I hope I've been able to convince us all that firearms shouldn't be allowed for individuals in Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you, Julian. Your point are clear and noted, and thank you for your time. God's will, if you're here, kindly indicate so we could bring you up again, and then have the representative from Tai Sholarin. Okay, hold on. You have just 1 minute to conclude your thought, God's will, and then we'll bring the next speaker from Tai Sholarin. God's will, are you there? God's will. Admin, please guide me. Is God's will there? Oh, God's will isn't here. All right. Is the next speaker from Tai Sholarin also available to speak, or they're also experiencing network issues? Admin, please guide me here. Available. Thank you very much, IJ. So let's make welcome Odelade Goodness from the proposing side. She's from Tai Sholarin University of Education. Odelade Goodness, please, I would encourage you to go to a
Good day,
place with
everyone,
less
and I
noise.
hope you can. I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you, but there is a bit of noise in your background. If you can reduce that noise, it will be interesting, and it will ensure that you don't lose points.
In achieving lasting security, Nigerian individuals should be allowed to bear firearms. This should be legalized by the government and the Inspector General of Nigerian Police Force, guided by laid down rules and regulations on how to handle this weapon for the means of self-defense, because terrorists and criminals target unarmed places and unarmed people. Families can no longer depend on police or vigilante for their safety anymore. To buttress this, we all remember the NSAS protest in 2020, where the policemen and police station were burnt down and vandalized by the angry youths. If police station can't save itself at that season, then how dare are you to trust your security in their hands? Your security would be in your hands, and my security will be in my hand if each families can have or possess a certified to have license to this firearm, because they are perceived as individuals who take on responsibility. So youth from the age of 21 are perceived as individuals of responsible people who can have license to holding gun. Bearing this firearm would invent some level of consciousness within the society as to not go against the rule or step on anyone's toes. It will close the gap between civilians and militants, because everywhere would be a military zone. Bearing this firearm will make the citizen more alert and not to slack off security as they used to be. So in conclusion, carrying firearm is continually play a vital role in our society, and when utilized effectively, can be a great significance as it offers self-protection. Despite this, it is a vital role for the society to keep an eye to ensure that qualified people and those responsible are granted the right to possess this weapon. It is also important to train any individuals who possess it. By embracing this expectation, the imminent occurrence of insecurity will be barred, and the general security of our citizens is boosted. Thank you.
Yes, Odelade Goodness. Thank you so much. Judges, this may be a hard one for you, but I'll leave it to your judgment. Over Before the judges come on, each team you have another minute to give your closing statement. The proposing team first, and then the opposing team comes next.
To round up our arguments, I would conclude and leave us with a question that says, we should all think deep to the government, for the government to have opted or given the observation or a suggestion that the individual should be allowed to hold firearms. This should already show us or be an eye-opener of the kind of deep mess we are in as regards the issue of insecurity in this country. And until we all open our ears, open our eyes, and be active in all areas, and realize that we all need to bear firearms to defend ourselves, because like you are not affected today, tomorrow you. Yesterday it was
Thank you so much. Now to the representative from UNN for your closing statement. All right, Chinaza, please conclude for your team.
Thank you so much for this opportunity once again. My team is standing on the point that in achieving lasting security in Nigeria, individuals should not be allowed to bear firearms, because there's never been a case where violence is used to achieve another violence or used to solve a violence. And again, legalizing firearm does not mean, or owning a firearm does not mean that your life is safe. Neither does it mean that the other essential amenities that we are all clamoring for will be provided for us. I think the government should focus more on providing other essential amenities rather than emphasizing on legalizing firearms for Nigerians, because it will lead to an increment in Nigeria being a more military zone, and we don't want to go back to what happened in the military area and how everybody was afraid to speak for themselves and even live their life freely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chinaza. Thank you for holding the fort for your team. Unfortunately, God's will, we may not be able to take you any longer. I'm going to leave the rest now to the judges. Judges, over to you to give your comments and feedback.
Okay. Okay, I have, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do, please.
Okay, so this is going to be tough because I think both teams were really persuasive. I would especially like to commend Rihanna. She was very resilient. Even when the internet threw her out, she came back and was ready to go. She had an excellent understanding of the topic. It was her presentation was quite evidence-based, and she went as far as I liked that she quoted like the Firearms Act. So she understood the problem and she preferred a solution, and even went as far as talking about licensing guns to checkmate what it could become, the potential problems of bearing firearms. It was very clear, it was very concise. But what I would have liked to see was maybe an example of a country where the citizens have been allowed to bear firearms with positive outcomes. So yes, I would have liked to see like that case study or that example. With the team from UNN, I think God's will was off to a very great start. Unfortunately, the internet didn't let us hear what he had to say. Chinaza was able to hold forth for her team, but she was off to a shaky start, but she made a comeback, and she was able to make plead her case passionately. However, I think that her presentation was more emotional and heartfelt than evidence-based as well. But overall, I think it was a good attempt from both teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Andy or Shannon? All right,
Hi.
Shannon.
Okay. All right then. Yeah, like Chinadam said, it was quite.
So I want to agree with my colleague. Yeah, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. Shannon was speaking. I guess there's been a network lag from your end and you just came up, but it's fine if you want to go and Shannon will come after you. Did you hear me at all? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not
Yeah,
sure what's
please.
going on.
Shannon, if you can hear me, go on. Or Andy, if you can hear me. I think one of them dropped off. Okay, Shannon, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
All right then. Like Chinazama said, it's quite difficult because the internet was bad for like most of the speakers, but I mean, most of them remained resilient, which is you know, remarkable. I'll just say that for Taisolari University of Education, my feedback is similar with Chinazam. It would have been great really to see because we don't have this yet in the country. So your greatest argument really is it's just like when you're debating about death penalty, whether or not it should be legalized, right? It's how that you would always have to use what you've seen or patterns that you've seen in other countries. So your inability to like make a case as to okay, bring out the case from this or like cite any country was difficult to like. I did not have a position as usual, but it was difficult for me to want to go with your argument because I couldn't see any case study or any country as you didn't use any country as an example. I think for University of Nigeria, I don't know because of the internet issue. I know that Chinesan, that's like, I mean, Chinesan is the debater, right? I don't know if it was a thing of you being scared or like your voice was a bit shaky. Now, I don't know if it was your voice being shaky or at this point, if it was the internet. But it would have been great if you were a bit relaxed or if you had better internet, to be able to make your case. And good job. I think you did great in citing examples of cases in Russia, right? So overall, it was a good debate. And apologies. I mean, like for the struggle with the internet, it was not such a good day for debate. Thank you.
I was going to call Andy to share his thoughts, and he's not here now. So I guess I'm not sure we can wait any longer. I guess we should just move on. And I would like to just appreciate you, judges, for your time. It's been an amazing one having you here and just providing feedback, and this feedback have been useful. We see that they have used this feedback in subsequent argument and presentation. Andy, welcome back. I thought your internet hasn't been as stable as when we started, so I was just rounding up so I could bring the next set of judges. But if you have a word to share in about a minute or less, you have the floor now.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to say that I agree totally with Shona and Chinazam. The Chinazam, the debater, was confident, but I could sense the nerves, and so that affected her a little bit. For Thais Lorraine University, network was bad, obviously, but I liked the closing where she made the justification but she also said it should be trained and qualified people. The person who said that, but overall, I agree with my colleagues. I wish the network was better. Even here, it's affecting me, but a bit more confidence and just taking your time would always help, because when you're nervous, we can tell. But overall, great job, guys. And also, it's a very good conversation. However, yes, there are case studies, but more application to the Nigerian experience would have convinced me more. So both teams didn't really convince me on their positions, because it just lacked a bit more of relating to the Nigerian experience, which would have played a major role. But well done to everyone, and thanks to my team. They're amazing.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks to your amazing team. And I'm getting some notification here to plead, or better still, request humbly if your team, Andy, of judges would be available for the next round, which will start now. So that is the message I'm getting now, and I'm just just finding out if that's a possibility. Yeah or nay? I'm not sure you heard me. Did you? Shana, did you hear me? Chinazam?
Yeah,
I
I'm
see Andy's
here. I'm
network
here.
keeps going off and on. Okay,
Um,
excellent. So
yes,
that's a
I'll be
yeah.
here for the next round. I'll be here for the next round, seeing as I joined a
Excellent.
bit late.
Thanks for that compensation. Shana, are you here for the next round?
Not totally. I have a 1 o'clock, so but I can stay for like 10 minutes if it's starting now.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then that leads me to the next round, round five. And in round five, we have in round five, we have a participant from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, and I'm not sure of that now. Please give me a second to confirm that. We have Labari Emanuela Limaro and Abdulrahim Safaru. They'll be taking on Amina Jafaru and Sadia Mukhtar. Um, in this fifth round. And the question really is, or what they're going to argue about, is around unemployment. And the question is unemployment, not unemployability, is Nigeria's greatest youth challenge. Is unemployment or is unemployment the great challenge, or unemployability is the great challenge? And so I'm going to call first the first speaker for the proposing side, Labari Emmanuel Limaro, or Abdurrahim Safaru, which ever of your team member you're putting first, to please take the stage and let's have you. Welcome. All right. I'm getting notification Labara is not here. Abdurrahim, are you here? Abdurrahim. Oh, I see. So I guess we're going to skip round five and we're going to go straight to round six, where um let me all right. In round six, sorry, I need to confirm that. All right, in round six, we'll be talking about the question is federal character is a necessary evil. It should be maintained in the Nigerian constitution. Federal character is a necessary evil. It should be maintained in the Nigerian constitution. So we're taking all right, I'm being directed now. There's a bit of pardon me, there's a bit of participant engagement going back end, just so that we're able to support them with whether their internet connections and several other things. And we're seeing that is posing a bit of challenge to some of our participants. But we're going to go back to round 5. We're going to go back to round 5 and take the opposing side as they speak about unemployment, not unemployability, is Nigeria's greatest youth challenge. And from the opposing side, we have Amina Jafaru and Sadiya Mukhtar. If they're here, please let's have them.
Good day, everyone. I don't know if you can hear and see me.
I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. When do I begin? Okay. I have a confession to make. I applied to study medicine in the university, not because I wanted to save a life, but because I wanted to be sure that a job was waiting for me when I finished. Unemployability is the state of not being employed and lacking the skills necessary to acquire employment. Unemployability is Nigeria's youth's greatest problem and not unemployment. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Amina Jaffer from Ahmadu Bello University. Who would you employ? Between a university graduate of computer science with a first-class degree or a software developer who is well experienced in his job? You find that these university graduates end up having little to no passion for their field of study. This does not allow them to go out of their way to acquire skills to help them excel in their profession. Now, Daily Trust reported that 23 million Nigerian youths are unfit for jobs. In 2019, the Industrial Training Fund, in collaboration with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, made a survey and reported that 15.7% of all had to fill jobs were due to lack of technical skills, while 11.8% were due to lack of basic industrial skills. In 2018, the President and Chief Executive Officer, Postgraduate School of Credit and Financial Management, Professor Chris Onalo, said 95% of Nigerian graduates cannot get a job. He also said, one thing about the labor market is that it is forever changing, and you must have a brain that is well structured and one that recognizes the need for change and when change should be made quickly in order for you to function properly in whatever establishment you find yourself. Dr. Isa Ali Pantani has at various times stressed the fact that Nigerian youths cannot get jobs. The minister said at an event, "I am not discarding unemployment, but the most challenging issue is unemployability." President Muhammadu Buhari, while addressing Nigerian youths, once said, "There are no more jobs in the federal government. Virtually every department is filled." He said, "There are no jobs even in the local and state government." So even if you have that shiny certificate and your degree, there is no job for you. So what do you do when the government has deemed you unfit for the job and in fact says there is no job? Unemployability. The reverse of unemployability is employment, meaning when you are employable, you can be an employer and also be employed. The list of skills required to be employable are endless, some of which include flexibility, writing, critical thinking, project management, negotiation, and problem solving. These jobs would end up being given to qualified people, which are not who are not even Nigerians. Chris Analo also said the unfortunate truth about this is that most of these vacancies are filled with non-Nigerians. So being unemployed in Nigeria is not enough. Your dignity is even put to questions as people outside the country are taking the places of these jobs. Every employer wants beyond just a certificate. Every employer wants to know what you're capable of doing as an individual, what level of intellectual mind you possess, and your ability to readily bring ideas of his establishment forward. not only in Nigeria, not only in Africa, but in the entire world. Your argument would be, I would acquire these skills and then what? Would you promise me a job? But remember that Leap Africa itself gave us training and told us to use these skills beyond the competition. Unemployment regards to a state of being unemployed and in simpler terms, jobless. But the best part of being unemployable is that you can create jobs for yourself and also be an employer. So before you complain about the unemployment system in the country, ask yourself this question: what do I bring to the table? Am I employable? Thank you.
Thank you so much for leaving that question with us. Am I employable? Let me bring up Emmanuel. Emmanuel, if you're there, please come up and propose. Emmanuel, are you there? Emmanuel Abari. Yes, Emmanuel is here. Please, you have the floor. 5 minutes. Thank you. Can hear you.
Who's this one?
While we wait for Labari to come on, let's take a 30 seconds or 15 seconds musical break. Thank you. Admin, please. Musical break. Thank you. All right, Emanuela Labaru, I hear you're speaking from Safira Abdurrahim's device. You have the floor now, please. 5 minutes. Your time starts now.
Living is not by the number of breaths you take in, but by the moments that leave you breathless. And if we're to be completely honest, such moments are experienced when you have best experience when you have the financial capability. But sadly, only 1/3 of African youth is employed. which should not be normal. As the first team from the opposing side, I'll be opening my team's arguments, stating facts and points on why unemployment is not unemployability. Unemployability is the major challenge for youth in this country. My first point goes thus. Unemployability leads to several psychological challenges for the youth. It takes 4 years to get a degree from any university. These 4 years are marred with pleasant experience and not so pleasant experience. These 4 years are marred with strike actions, insecurity, ill health, financial incapability, popularly referred to as SAPA. But yet we go through this academic pursuit with the plan of getting a new job immediately after graduation, so we can achieve our aim and help our parents and help them for training us to these sessions that we are now and live the happily ever after life. But when you graduate, you get to realize that unemployment is like a well and that's closing up on you. So I've noticed consecutively for the past 5 years that 1 out of every 3 persons I've met that is unemployed gets to become pessimistic and dull from the usual bright and optimistic personality. This is a clear indication that unemployment is a major challenge to youth because it causes the mind of youth to entertain negative thoughts. And once this happens, depression sets in. Secondly, in addressing crime rate. The crimes in Nigeria is really alarming. And once this happens, it's mind-blowing. One of such cases is the fraudulent activities that youth engage on nowadays that they call Yahoo. Once this happens, Nigeria is like 91% of those living in Nigeria are unemployed. This should not be normal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emanuela. Thank you for your time. You didn't exhaust your time, but you still have an opportunity to exhaust your time, but that is gone. I'm going to welcome the next speaker. Admin, kindly put up the next speaker and let's keep it going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you would argue that Nigerian youth will do anything to get a job and keep a job, and even those with the skills are not employed, then you do not have a full understanding of the many reasons for being unemployable. Unemployability is Nigeria's youth's greatest challenge, not unemployment, as you can curb the issue of unemployment through employability. My name is Sadia Mukhtar from Ahmadu Bello University. A fact that needs to be stated is that an individual with soft skills is a versatile individual who in turn can get a job and even create a job as an employer. According to the United Nations, the age for a youth is between 15 to 24 years. Does a higher institutional certificate apply for a 15-year-old to get a job? This 15-year-old is most likely still in secondary school, and the only option for him is a hand job using whatever skill he may be able to learn. In 2018, Dr. Doyin Salami on the Business Morning Channels News stated that he used to give a lot of tests to the economists he wanted to hire. After a while, he scrapped that and he started to give them just a pen and a paper to ask them how they got to the organization. This would let him know if they could write, how well they could write, and how well they could think. People like Mr. Doyin Salami exist in the economy today. Being unemployed can be due to a certain mindset. In broader terms, it can be due to the expectancy for you to get a job from a certain place. An employable individual is one who has garnered skills that will provide him with jobs outside of the company, outside of the government and private companies, where he could effectively use the skills he has garnered to earn a living, hence forcing his way out of unemployment. The recent trending Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing and Affiliates program are a good example. They have a wide age range, and you can apply and be a part of it, whether you're a graduate or not. We have many private companies willing and able to employ people to do their jobs, but not all the people that they employ have the skills. The knowledge and skill sets required to work in the jobs available in the 21st century are not what the schools equip their students with. In an ever-improving technological system, you and your institutional certificates must improve. So the question for the youth is, do you want to stay unemployed? Abhishek Ratna beautifully said, and I quote, "The ability to make wise decisions is what makes what is the most valuable skill a person can develop." Thank you.
Thank you so much. You made your point, and I particularly enjoy this because both teams going head to head are from the same university, so they are battling on the same turf, and they're doing the home game together. So thank you so much, admin. Please bring up the next speaker, and let's move on. Thank you so much. All right, please go on. We can see you, but we can't hear you. You're doing a rebuttal. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, I guess they're trying to set up the camera and stuff. Please go ahead. We can see you, but we can't hear you. All right. I guess they're having some type of technical issues there. Oh, she's back again. Please confirm you can hear me. Admin, do you want to help me out? Thank you. We have to go for that short break again. A second or two. Or IJ, do you
Mr. Moderator, please, we'll let you, we'll go by your discretion, please.
All right. So my discretion is to let go of this particular rebuttal because it doesn't look like it's leading to nowhere. So I'm going to get a rebuttal from the next team. If they're ready, we can have that and keep moving. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me, please?
So yes, I can hear you. So this is what you do, right? You're giving a rebuttal, and of course, you're giving a closing statement, all in one. Is that okay?
Okay. Yes, that's fine.
Excellent. So you have 2 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Amina Jaffer from Ahmadu Bello University. I would like to raise our attention to my opponent who stated that the rate of unemployment in Nigeria is not normal. Let us remember that the topic of discussion here today is how we are showing that one is above the other, which is unemployment being above unemployability or unemployability being above unemployment. And I still stand resolving on the fact that unemployability is the Nigerian youth's greatest challenge. As again I would state from my first speaking that there is no way you can stay unemployed if you are employable. If you have skills necessary for you to employ yourself as an individual, you would be lacking nothing in the labor market. If anything, you would be creating more jobs and opportunities for other individuals in the labor market. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that rebuttal and your closing statement. I'll just hand over to the judges right now to give their comments and feedback. Let me also mention that you don't have to leave the call. Results to your debate will be announced at the end of all of the rounds. So please do well to stay back. Let me also announce that for our audience who are on Instagram, YouTube, I beg your pardon now. Our audience who are on YouTube, please click on the link that my colleague will share on there to answer just 2 questions, and it will take you approximately 1 minute. Thank you very much. Over to our judges now. Judges, over to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll let Aisha. Aisha, is that you?
Yes.
Okay, Aisha, go on. I'll let you because this is really your show, so go on.
Okay, so we mentioned the scores that we have.
Not yet. The scores will be mentioned at the end of the rounds that we have. So what
Oh,
you can do for us now is to give feedback that they can take, of course, to improve on, and then some comments around their contributions and their debates generally.
okay. Thank you very much. Well done to both teams. I'll start with the first team that started. That's Amina's team. I think the opening was very nice. I like the fact that you had data, and more importantly, I like the fact that you were quoting from Nigeria, from Nigerians who have said something about your topic. That was really nice, and you were very clear. Your opening definitely got me, and your rebuttal was okay. I think it could have also been stronger, but I think it's okay too. With Emanuela's team, well done too. I think you made your point, but I feel like you could have added a bit of more data to support the point you were making, and your argument. I think you had enough, you had more time, and I am not sure you utilized your time enough to make your point. So maybe what you can try to do in the future is try to have more data, more points you want to make, and if you end up not making them, that's okay because of time. It's better than not making so much point and then you still have time on your hands. So I'll just recommend you use your time very well, because we still want to hear more from you if you have more to say. Well done to both teams. Wishing you all the best. That's all the feedback I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, Gina Sam, if you want to chime in a thing or two so that we can allow you continue, Have a good day. Yeah. So please, you
Yes.
can come on now and share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just like Aisha said, um, Amina had a very great opening line. I don't know how someone can be so calm yet so persuasive at the same time. So she did a fantastic job. Great use of statistics. I agree Harry Bottle could have been stronger. However, the other team barely had very much to say. They didn't even come up with a rebuttal. So I'll just let that pass. Amina and Sadia were excellent. Emanuela started off well, but at the end, she had some time to close out really nicely, but she failed to utilize the opportunity and the time to make a strong play at the end. So and then her team was a no-show as well. So I think I think that the debaters need to be up and ready before they're called on. When you're called on, isn't the time for you to start setting up your camera and your mic. That can throw you a bit of balance. So I think they should take note of that. But thank you very much. That's all from my end. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Chinazam. Thank you for waiting all the while up until this time. Over to the next judge.
Thank you, moderator. I think the other judges have said everything. There are no comments from me at the moment.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time. I think it's a good time for us to move into the next round. But before we do that, let me also remind us, those of us on YouTube, the link has been shared. Kindly click on the link and go to that portal and just answer the question. Like I said, there are 2 questions and you only take 1 minute to answer them. Thank you so much. Let's move on to round 6. In round 6, we have participant from UNICEF Development Training Initiative Training Institute, Obin Jeffrey Ogban Ufia, Rosemary Ansa, Efyong Okon, and Febechi Desmond Uzoma Dike. They're going head to head with participant from Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, Amusa Oluwafemi, Owolabi Oluwashemiye, and Adewale Olanlesi, and then Abegunde Peter. This is going to be interesting. I encourage you to sit back and watch how they go head to head, combating over a question. Federal character is a necessary evil. It should be maintained in the Nigerian constitution, yea or nay. May I welcome the first speaker proposing from the UNICEF Development Training Initiative Training Institute to take on the podium. You're welcome. Your time starts now. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. I
Yeah.
think we're experiencing network issues from Obin, so maybe we will go to the opposing side. That would
Excellent.
be Amusa Oluwafemi, if they're
Excellent.
around.
Amusa, please come on from Ladoke, Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso. All right. Let me make it a bit more clearer to our participants. Your time is important as much as we understand that we cannot control network glitches. It's important that you play your part. When we call you up, it's not the time for you to set up your cameras or set up your audio or set up your background.
or trying to do any other thing. We're calling you up so you could take on the floor and combat. And that is the goal. So may I say that for those of us who are basically just setting up our cameras where we call you up, you're losing point actually, and you don't want to lose point for yourself, your team, and your university. So may I again invite the opposing side from Ladoke Akintola University to take on the podium and combat.
Good day. My name is Adewale Olanisi, and I will be convincing you as to why the federal character of Nigeria is a necessary evil and it should not be maintained in the Nigerian constitution. First of all, let's start with a little story. Ebuka is a member of the Marketers Traders Union of Nigeria. He has been a trader for over 12 years. He has the competence and the ability to take Nigerian market traders to the greener pasture of the Nigerian market. Unfortunately, his ambitions have come to naught. Why? Because the quota system of Igbos currently in political positions has been exhausted. As I said earlier, my name is Adewale Olanlisi. I am representing the Vanguard team from Ladoke Akintola University of Nigeria Technology, and I will be helping you understand why the Nigerian constitution does not need the federal character in the future of this country. Now, there are many definitions you get of federal characters, many, but I choose to stick with one that was cited in the Macro Think Institute by Olojogu in 1987 that says the federal character is a deliberate design to accommodate the minority opinions in the majority of the principles that govern this country. Now, I know this definition by natural design sounds theoretically appeasing, and to be sincere, in my opinion, it does. But the problem is, practically, it has failed us. How, you ask? I'll give you a couple of examples. Number one, it degrades the merit system in picking the electoral candidates of a particular position. I'm very sure that currently we are aware of the political environment of our country and the part that tribe has played in it. I believe that by personal experiences from our different localities, we can be sure that federal character is definitely a no-go area for continuous advancement of our country. The second point I have to make is that according to a research done by the Macro Think Institute, it also states to us that there's a lackadaisical attitude by people who get into power without going through the proper process, without going through merit. I mean, what else do you expect of people who got into political positions, important political positions, by just being part of an ethnic group in this country? Definitely you're going to expect poor quality service delivery by these people, members of society. Now, I do understand that there is a place for people who have minority values, and I'm not degrading any term that says that people should have a right to vote or be voted for, or people should have a right to stand up for their ethnic values. I am saying when it comes to putting things first, merit should be placed above and beyond any form of ethnic group, any form of sentiment you might have towards people and their ethnic tribes. I believe that as a nation and as one country, we should be able to understand that the place of merit, the place of putting what needs to be put first, which is the quality and standings of a person's capacity and competence to perform, should outweigh any form or any source of sentiment we might have, or should I say, coarseness or pity about a certain tribe not being put beside that certain tribes. What is the point of having several majority groups put in political power and it is still not effective? It is still not efficient. It is still not working the way it should. I, for one, believe that the country that we have been thinking of, the Nigeria we have been thinking of, definitely does not need federal character in its Nigerian constitution. I believe that certainly many practices have been put in place by other countries with diverse cultural backgrounds to ensure that there are proper measures put in place to ensure that people have felt that they belong in the community without having to bring that to the place of political positioning. I believe that with these few points of mine, I've been able to guarantee you that the Nigeria we have been dreaming of, the Nigeria that you and I have been hoping for, the Nigeria that you and I are still working hard for, the Nigeria that made you get your PVC and vote, does not need federal character in its Nigerian institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your delivery. Thank you so much. I'm hearing now that Obim Jeffrey is available to take the podium from OB. Again, it's from UNICEF Development Training Initiative Training Institute. And he's here from the proposing side. Obim, are you here? Please take the floor.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right, good day, everyone. I'm Obin Jeffrey Ogbanufia from UNICEF Community Development Initiative Training Institute. And today I am here to propose the motion which says federal character is a necessary evil. Should it be maintained in the Nigerian Constitution? Yes, it should be maintained in the Nigerian Constitution. First of all, I will start by explaining the terms that concerns federal character. Now, what is federal character? This refers to the distinctive desires of the people of Nigeria to promote national unity, foster national loyalty, and give every citizen of Nigeria a sense of belonging to the nation, notwithstanding the diversity of ethnic, religion, culture, language, and religion which may exist. Secondly, let's look at what federal character policy is. As enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in Section 14 and subsection 3, the federal character policy clearly states that the composition of the government of the Federation, of any of its agencies, and the conduct of its affairs shall be carried out in such a manner as to reflect the federal character of Nigeria and the need to promote national unity and also to command national loyalty, thereby ensuring that there should be no prominence of persons from a few states or from a few ethnic groups. Now, let's look at the importance of federal character policy. First of all, federal character policy of Nigeria is a perfect bond of national unity. Now, let's explain what this means. In the light of foregoing constitutional definition of the federal character of Nigeria and the provision thereon, we can see that the ultimate goal of the federal character of Nigeria is to give every citizen of the country a sense of belonging to the nation. By this, I mean to say that due to the varying diversity of Nigeria in the ethnic group, religious belief, linguistic and cultural groups, there is need to give every citizen a sense of belonging, excuse me, please, and to avoid or avert the following of the feeling of marginalization by any ethnic or linguistic or cultural group. Based on the above elements and without prejudice to the interplay of the relevant and applicable factors, it should be noted that the incessant glamour and agitation for succession from the Federal Republic of Nigeria by some indigenous people in Nigeria are not altogether baseless. There is certainly a fire behind the smoke. The ill feeling and ill agitation are traceable to the people's lack or less of sense of belonging to the nation because of the people's distinctive desire is taken for what's granted. Hence, the need for federal character policy and a sustainment of the federal character policy in the Constitution. Moving further, another importance of federal character policy is that the federal character policy of Nigeria is a distinctive value of the people of Nigeria. And I explain, to work out an equitable formula for the distribution of posts in public services as well as political appointments. The idea of its formation is to provide soft landing to the minority and almost every unit and geographical segment to give them a say and a space in governance. This is essential for the application. This is, excuse me, please, to cover the spare as an appointment, employment, admission. What this is trying to say is the federal character policy will give room for people to participate in governance, to be able to be admitted into the university, to gain employment without sentiment, without ethnicity and the rest. I hope that with a few points of mine, I've been able to convince you that federal character is necessary and should be sustained in the constitution. Thank you.
Or pardon me, Jeffrey Obin Ogbanofia, thank you so much for your point. I believe the judges are noting, and you have made your point and you have spoken. I knew this was going to be a very keenly contested conversation. Let me welcome a rebuttal from participants from Ladoke Akintola University, LAUTECH. Would that be Owolabi? Owolabi, is that you? If it is you, then let's have you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can see you pretty. Thanks.
Okay. According to a report by the Vanguard News on the March 26, 2012, it was reported that the then Senate President, His Excellency Senator David Mark, raised an alarm that the federal character principle is killing our sports sector in Nigeria. In his words, he said, the federal character principle should not be used in the selection of our sportsmen and women. It is nonsense. Federal character principle should not be used in the selection of our sportsmen and women, but it should be on merit. End of quote. Unfortunately, the sports sector in Nigeria has witnessed slow development because of this same federal character principle. Federal character is a necessary evil. It should be maintained in the Nigerian Constitution. That's the topic before me today. Good afternoon, everyone listening to me. I am Peter Abegunde, representing the team, the Vanguards, from the prestigious Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, and I'm here to give you strong reasons why the federal character principle should not be maintained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Rather, it should be scrapped. First, let's take a look at this. The implementation of the federal character principle has not been fully implemented all across our sectors in Nigeria. Rather, it has been a tool by the politicians to divide us along ethnic lines and also for their own personal and selfish reasons. For example, let's look at the case of the retired Justice Tanko Muhammad. Not until he retired, we had 3 core northerners actually at the helm of affairs in the 3 arms of government, in the executive, judiciary, and legislature. Not even talk about military system that is being dominated by military generals. Is that balanced? Does that really represent the principle of the federal character system? If this principle cannot be effective, even at the helm of affairs, tell me where else can it be effective? Obviously, it has given majority of the political, of the ethnic groups the advantage or the legal grounds to point accusing fingers at one another. So at one another of marginalization. An average Nigerian feels is deserving of a post, whether he's qualified or not, But when done otherwise, he cries foul and calls for agitation. My opponent has also raised the issue that it is necessary for our unity. Tell me, if the federal character principle is actually working, why then do we have up agitation from the southeast and do our people's agitation even from the southwest? Obviously, it's a show that our federal character principle is not working and is not even uniting us in any way and in any form. In conclusion, it will be disastrous for us to continue to use a system that has not fully been even implemented. Rather, it has been used mainly for our politicians for their own selfish gains, and rather to also divide us along ethnic lines. Thank you very much. I remain my humble self, Peter Abegunde.
Thank you to your humble self, Peter Abegunde. Thank you very much for that. Let's welcome a rebuttal. Yes, I know. Okay, yes. we're going to get to, I think that's a closing statement. That should be the closing statement, isn't it? Yes, because we've had Owolabi, we've had Amusa. That should be all right. So let's move on very quickly. Let's welcome the next speaker from Lautech to give us their
Give
closing
us their
statement.
closing.
If you're there, you have 1 minute. Don't exceed your
Don't
time.
exceed your time.
Truly, the world is evolving. Truly, times are changing. Truly, we're in a position where anyone can do anything. And I am a firm believer of equality. I am a firm believer of the rule of law. I'm a firm believer of the good principles that govern our nation, Nigeria. The truth is that federal character has always been a flaw in the Nigerian constitution. Why, you ask? Several reasons I have stated. Lackadaisical attitude towards work that we see everywhere today. A symbolic proof is the political environment of Nigeria. There are so many things to say, and I promise you I could give you a full detail later. But if you are ready for the Nigeria that is coming, the Nigeria of our dreams, the Nigeria of tomorrow, you need to be ready to scrap federal character in the Nigerian constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
too.
very much.
Let's also welcome from the UNICEF Development Training Initiative, Training Institute, your participant or your representative for the closing statement. Quickly.
Okay, in conclusion, I would like to say that the federal character principle is a necessary evil that we Nigerians have to endure for now. It is a sacrifice we all have to make for the emergence of the just and egalitarian society we all aspire to have. Hopefully, decades from now, when our body politic had developed sufficient immunity to the virus of the prejudice and discrimination, the federal character principle will go the way of the dinosaur. Thank you very much for listening. I hope to hear from you guys soon. Thank you very much once again.
You will surely hear from us. You will hear from us. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you all for battling so hard and battling with all sincerity. Over to the judges now for your feedback and comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and well done to all the debaters. I think it was quite exciting and engaging listening to you. My feedback to the team from Ladoke Akintola University, Team Vanguard, I think you did a very good job in reasserting who you were, where you stood for consistently throughout your presentation, and there was clarity of thought. The arguments also flowed consistently, so your presentation was quite impressive. Also, with UNICEM, I think
I think Sadatu's network. We lost her there.
you lost me. I think a call came in and it took me off. Yes, so for
So
UNICEM,
sorry.
I had a fantastic rebuttal. It was quite memorable. However, your initial presentation, it wasn't very clear. I'm not sure if it was the network issues, but I think you did excellently well in your rebuttal, but your initial presentation felt a bit underwhelming.
All right, thank you very much. David, you have some comments there?
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Before the judge comes up, I believe that we must have missed the debate from Febechi Desmond from Unisan. Yes.
I see he's
Yeah.
protesting there in the comment section, but I wasn't sure because of the back and forth of the
Yeah.
network thing. Yeah, I wasn't so sure. So I would allow him come up. He has 3 minutes plus 1 minute closing statement, which makes about four. So you have 4 minutes to give your I'm seeing two people on the call. Who do I refer to?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fibechi Desmond Uzomadike, a representative from Paysetters of UNICEF Community Development Initiative Training Institute, and I'm here to support my colleague who stated that federal character is a necessary evil which must be maintained in the Nigerian constitution. Let me take our minds back to the pre-colonial era. Back then, when Nigeria was amalgamated, we know the Northern and the Southern Protectorate we merged together. If you look through, it was more of an attainment of just fusing geographical zones and regions and not properly establishing a unanimous society. What happened back then was we all lived, okay, people lived, but there was not this ethnic merge or this correlative existence between people living peacefully and very well was not there. That was more of a federalistic existence. Now, Nigeria had a lot of controversies. We existed in wars and fights and all those things due to the fact that federalism, the system back then, federalism did not only, it could not only bring to us that unity, that peaceful coexistence that we all wanted. So after Nigeria all became a republic, when Nigeria became a republic, back then, it was seen that Nigeria as a whole now went into a civil war. Nigeria went into a civil war within the year of 1966 to 1970 due to the fact that we all had this clash of heads. There was no policy to guide us. There was no policy to keep us streamlined to living together, existing together, or living together as one. So now, looking through the amendment of the 1979 Constitution, when that topic was brought up, General Murtala Mohammed back then also ruled out and shunned it off because he himself never wanted this peaceful coexistence, which we all know ourselves that is a good idea that will bring integration among ourselves. So when it was ruled out, after General Murtala Mohammed was ruled this out, the Constitution Drafting Committee back then now went and first after Murtala Mohammed left office, the Constitution Drafting Committee, with the power or with the law of Sani Abacha, he created a decree which reinforced or established this system in order for all of us or people to promote national unity, foster loyalty, and instill in everyone this sense of belonging as one, that we did this despite the diversity in our language, despite the diversity in our tribes, our culture, and our religion, we all could live together. Now, according to the CDC's report, the Constitutional Drafting Committee of 1977, federal character was referred to as the descriptive desire of people to live in unity and live peacefully. However, what I'm saying in essence that the federal character itself had saved Nigeria back then. Thank you.
I'm not sure you exhausted um, um, your time, but then again, thank you very much for that. Um, the feedback was that you take that rebuttal, 3 minutes rebuttal, and 1 minute closing statement. But I'm not sure you did that. But I mean that is your time, and we can go over to the judges now and take their comments. After which we will then be announcing the results of the sessions or the groups. Thank you very much, judges. May I welcome David to go first. Then I'll get Sadat to speak regarding the last speaker as well. So, David, thank you so much. Over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, David.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic presentation from the debaters. I think they both made their points clear. However, I would just like to correct something, and this is general to the both teams. If you are doing a presentation, it's not it's not it's not a lecture, so to say. So you're not coming to start giving histories. That may really eat into your time. So it's just better, we are aware of what you are going to say. So it's better you convince us further rather than focusing on giving the histories and quoting all the histories. I'm not saying you should not back up your points. Back it up, state it, and then you move on to the next one. And also, somebody did a presentation uh, who was against the federal character and started with the definition of, or the person who supported the establishment of the federal character. Uh, I would say this may give an edge to your opponent because you were already trying to make up a point for them and couldn't come up with another definition or an article or a statistic to say to back up the point specifically why federal character should be scrapped. So I just hope that you understand what I'm trying to say. So rather than giving an opponent an edge, putting their definitions, and so it's better you focus on all the data and the statistics that back up your own point and make it as clear as possible. In summary, fantastic presentations. You both did really well, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Sadato, do you have any comment for the last speaker?
I think he did a fantastic presentation, the last speaker as well. But I think, as David has also mentioned, sometimes it's trying to pass your point in the most concise manner and not focusing on the history. But well done. It seemed like a very well researched presentation, and I observed they all wore the same shirt. So well done.
Excellent. Thank you, my judges. It's been a good one having you on here and supporting through the process. And the time has actually come for us to um, um, yes. So the time has come for us to close, but we cannot close until we go ahead to announce who the winners are for these groups. The judges have independently put together their points. They have graded all round. At the end of round 6, we had round 1 from, we had representatives from Ekiti State University and Kaduna State University who went head to head. They fought really well and really hard and close. And I'm happy to announce that we have a tie there. For group 2, um, for group 2, thank you. For group 2, we had a participant from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, and Babcock University there. They fought head to head. They fought really tight, and the decision was very close. Federal University of Technology Akure had a cumulative point of 13.5, while students from or participants from Babcock University had a cumulative point of 17, which makes participant from Babcock University the winner for round 2. And for round 3, we had participants from Uniben and Bayero University in Kano. They fought really, really tight, and that was, I mean, it was a very difficult decision for the judges to take, and they were so close. However, we have participants from the University of Benin winning that round of round 3. They had a point of cumulative point of 13.7, while a participant from University of Kano had a cumulative point 12.7. That was really, really close. Really, really close. Then in round 4, we have Tai Sholari University of Education, participant there, fighting the battle with participant from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. And that was also keenly fought, but we have to give the winner to just one team. And it's close. Participant from University of Nigeria, Nsukka, they have a cumulative point of a 10 cumulative score of 10.7, and participant from Tai Sholari University of Education have a cumulative score of 11.3, making them the winner of that round. In round 5, it was a home tough. It was a home fight. It was a known ground. They fought really hard. There were network issues here and there, but they kept the fight on. And, just like the historic Amina, that we have, Amina leading the other team from Ahmadu Bello University, led the team to victory with 18 points, while Labari fought really hard and was very close to winning, have a cumulative score of 12. I mean, I enjoyed that particular round of round 5. It was really interesting. And lastly, the just concluded round from a participant who came all the way from UNICEF Development Training Initiative Training Institute and Ladoke Akintola University. Also, it was an eloquent one. They gave their best. They researched and worked really, really hard. And the UNICEF Development Training Initiative and Training Institute, have a cumulative score of 14.3, while participants from Lautech have a cumulative point of 18.8, making them the winner of that round. I'll go over the winners again. Round 1, there is a tie. Round 2, Babcock is taking that home. Round 3, Uniben is taking that to Benin. Round 4, Tai Sholari, they're excited with that win. Round 5, Amina, like the historic Amina, led her team to victory from Ahmadu Bello University. And then Ladoke Akintola University, Ogbomoso, have the winner in round 6. Those are the winners. So the tie at the moment, we will let me speak with my team back end and see what that tie is going to mean for the team. Admin, could you share with me what the tie means? Are we having another round of rebuttals from each member of the team, from team one, from group one, or we're having to accumulate that into the next round. Admin, please advise.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So for the round, we will announce how we want to do the tie for the meantime. So Ekiti State and Kaduna State can go rejoicing as far as we're concerned for now.
Excellent. Excellent. I also have a very important information to pass across to all of the winners. Don't continue rejoicing. However, that you won a round does not mean you will proceed to the next stage of the competition.
Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action. Hello world, and welcome to the Youth Day of Service, where young people are being youthful and useful. The whole idea of this is that on our continent, we have young people full of energy, full of creativity, and we feel like these numbers, these energies should be channeled towards something positive. Starting from this year, we don't want International Youth Day to just be about conversations or convenings. We want it to be about action.
Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP. Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials are fully realized through citizens who have cultivated leadership effectiveness, accountability, and professionalism. This is LIP. Our vision of Africa is one where our continent's potentials
All right, just a few information. here before we close for the day. Um, um, I was going to say to the winners that as you rejoice, you should also perhaps, uh, be civil with your rejoicing, because after this round, we have a second round tomorrow where more schools are coming to combat and compete also. We're meant to have at least 12 teams who would typically proceed into the next stage. But then we are typically now going to have 14 of you who will win in this stage, and we're going to have to seed those with the highest scores, to move into the next round. So as you rejoice, you have to also be watchful. That means tomorrow you have to be online. Join us so you can follow through on the conversations, the debates, the scoring, and the winners, just so that you're able to know if you move on to the next round or not. That's the announcement I have for you. Tomorrow we start again with more schools by 10 a.m. Same platform. Thank you so much for joining us. Those who are joining on YouTube, we appreciate your time. It's been a good one, and we'll see you tomorrow. My name is Bernard Ibeli, and I'm with Leap Africa here in Lagos. It's been a good one having you. Thank you to all of our judges from round 1 to round 6. We appreciate your time. We don't take it for granted. I appreciate my colleague and the admin working back end to make sure that this is a success. We celebrate you all. Thank you to all of our debaters. You did fantastically well. Thank you very much for putting your best into this, and we will see you again tomorrow by 10 a.m. Please keep a date with us, and also share the link to our LinkedIn page so your friends could come in. All right, that's all from me. Bye-bye.
If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to hell? I've seen it all and done it all. Growing up as a child. Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours.
DivineFlavor.com.
As a people with one heart for one cause, we're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land where there's hope for us all. Our land where there's hope united in our strength and resolve to uphold the honor of our land and for generations to come. And for generations to come. We'll defend the land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend the land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. See, we only have. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there someday. Can somebody sing with me? We're defending our land. We believe in this our nation, Nigeria, and the promises she holds for us. And someday we would shine like the sun. Oh.